All right, here we go. Let's get it started. Hello, welcome to Final Fantasy VII Any No Slots. That is played on the PS1 version. We play on a PS2 so that we can set the disk speed to fast, and that saves us a bunch of time on loading times. So yeah, specifically, I like the PS2 90K, but as long as you're on a 75K and up, you'll get the best loading times. That's referring to the model number, the SCPH, and then it's for a slim model, it's either 70,000, 75, 77, 79, and 90. I believe it's 75 is the earliest model that has the best load times. I have not finished Dragon Quest yet. I'm starting to have too many games that I'm playing at the same time. Why did that circle press not happen? Hang on. Okay, reset splits. And then let's try that again. Okay, there we go. What was that? But all right. So yeah, that's just the deal with that. I'm back to non-turbo. We are playing manual mash style. My thumbnails aren't too short anymore, so mashing feels more natural again. Hopefully that'll be fine. And yeah, what else is going on? We are up against real splits finally, as in the 640 that we're going up against, I got just on Monday, and it's using all the new route upgrades. So there is never a time now where the splits are like, this is fake time loss, this is fake time save. That doesn't happen anymore, so yeah. I got half a mind to actually reset my golds again. Actually, let me go in. I'm going to delete some golds. Not all of them, but like a bunch of them. Like where is a spot that needs its gold deleted? Because of new route stuff. Definitely Big Guard split. And Cosmo Canyon skip split. Those two for sure. Death Blow and Red Dragon split. Yep, and a Sonic Disc. Yep, that's right. Death Sentence split and Genova 2 split. Because that's affected by that other thing. Probably Genova, because I changed my... Okay, I can't do anymore, so let's go okay on that. That's probably all of them, right? When nails are longer, it doesn't feel good to press buttons. It's specifically the method that I'm doing, though. It has my thumbs pointed toward the button. And so, yeah, I don't know. All right, here we go. So we got to get real serious now, because now, like, we no longer just have a totally free PB to get. It's still pretty free, but it's not totally free anymore. And so yeah, I gotta get serious. I gotta get in there. I gotta be focused, and we gotta save time every split. You know, where's my big time saves? Every split. However. More specifically, though, my big time saves are just the entire first half of the run. The second half of the run on Monday went pretty darn well, except for the full minute of time save that I have on the Final Descent split. Besides the entire minute that I have to save there, yeah, the second half of the run went really well. And then once again, I forgot to mention earlier, but if the run dies, I mean, I did mention it, I meant to show it, but if the run dies, we will be playing Tormented Souls 2, which is the sequel to my 2021 Game of the Year. 2021, a game called Tormented Souls came out. It was my game of the year that year. Yo, Big Nakas with an extra Z. What'd you get banned? Yeah, wait, didn't that already happen once? Are you on your 3rd Z now because you've been banned twice? Hell yeah! I got used to the 2nd Z, so I had forgotten about that. All right, yo, Doiron, I'm doing very well. What do you call it? I had a network change at 3 a.m. So, you know, my sleep was got very interrupted because not only did I have to go into work at 3 a.m., but also, man, my cat lately, dude. She just does not let us sleep. Nice. Yeah, well, so it's extra obvious for us, too, because, well, I guess you get it, too. You had the, your message had the first time chatter glow, you know? Which is like, hang on. All right. But yeah, other than that, though, I mean, I'm feeling good. You know, been getting a lot of house projects done lately. My birthday party is tomorrow. My birthday was on, I think, Saturday? Yeah, my birthday was on Saturday, but my birthday party is going to be tomorrow. But we're carving pumpkins. I'm not a big fan of pumpkin carving. You know, I don't know. It's fine, I guess, but I'm not an arts and crafts kind of guy. And so, you know, but hey, we'll do it. I'll do my best. I have no idea what I'm gonna carve though. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 and a half. Yeah, I saw the hornet pumpkin. I mean, I'm kind of jealous of that idea. That's a good idea. But I mean, that's the thing is I feel like I should learn to carve pumpkins the way that my dad does. My dad has never, you know how most people, you just cut holes in it to make a face, right? My dad has always shaved the skin off the front and then done it like wood carving style. Like carved a face into the face of the pumpkin. Early bolt. That looks really cool. I feel like maybe I should start trying to do that. But then again, I'm not good at that kind of thing though, you know. I'm not really much of a carver. Sounds dystopian. The pumpkin thing? What are you talking about? Yo, corn-fed. Yo, Scrotius. So this is guaranteed to be a scorpion tail. We might get a braver here. If this is a braver, no, this won't be. Okay, yeah. I think we go with a bolt here. But anyway, as I was saying, 2021, a game came out called Tormented Souls. It was my favorite game of the year. it's a very classic style survival horror game, you know, where it's like fixed camera angles, tank controls, cryptic fun puzzles, super good level design. Like the way that the mansion was laid out and the way that like you explored it was done so well. So yeah, it was just a fantastic game. And the sequel for it came out today. So if the run dies, we're playing that. All right, and 919 is acceptable. Boom, boom. Yeah, like the original came out in August of 2021, I think, which got a little bit ahead of the Halloween rush of horror games. Yeah, I mean, like, A, I hope the game is good, and then if so, B, yeah, I hope it doesn't just get missed. Like, the first one was big time slept on. Okay, I overran a little bit right there, so we're gonna cut short the elevator entrance. And then boom, boom. Are you talking about the part where like the holes, like you can fall in the holes? Yes, we do go through that part. Mount Coral is that area. All right. But yeah, 3 a.m. changed last night, though. It went very well. I mean, it went basically just as expected. Pretty basic thing, though. Basically, we had a couple switches that only had a gig connection between them, but they were very important, and were pretty heavily utilized, so they were getting, like, they were getting packet drops, discards, you know, due to overutilization, and so we upgraded them to 10 gig, and that was all I had to do. Pretty simple, you know, just make a new port channel, plug in the SFPs, plug in the fibers, log into the switch, shut the old, open the new. Galahad Miraculous. Oh, it's going very well. Thanks for asking. I hope you're doing well. Hype ourselves up for a run. I mean, I get pretty excited about a run here. I get quite a few game keys in my like if it went to my business email, maybe I saw it. I'm not sure. I can tell you the only game recently that I've gotten a key for, and I actually like followed through with it, like redeemed it, was Little Nightmares 3. Other than that, I haven't actually redeemed any keys that I've received very recently. So, Big Nakas, I'm not going to ask what you got banned for, right? But I do want to ask, on a level of 1 to 10, bullshit. 1 to 10, like, where 1 is I deserved it, and 10 is, you know, I didn't deserve it, right? Pixel turn-based RPG. You know what? I feel like I read the email, if that's the case. And by read the email, I mean I opened it up on my phone and skimmed it and then closed it because it was on my phone and I was just trying to get rid of the notification. But 1, 2, 3, 4. But it actually sounds familiar that that there was one that was about a pixel-based or a turn-based RPG. Well, that's why I have to ask, Big Nakas. Exactly. You know, this isn't exactly a platform that you hear that someone got banned, and you just go like, I wonder what they... Well, you do ask, you wonder what they did. But you know, you wonder because there's a level of curiosity as to, like, the judgment call of deservedness. Vade Retro comes out November 20th. I got early access. Vade Retro definitely sounds familiar. So I read the email. Do you know if it works on Steam Deck? Cause lately all of my lately a lot of my gaming is done on Steam Deck. But honestly, I appreciate you following up, because when I do get codes in that email, the number one question I have most of the time is whether or not this is a personalized email or if it is like AI. And even before AI, you know, just is this a cookie cutter template email that's getting fired off to a whole bunch of people that's, you know, you know what I mean? Like they're saying, you know, they'll say things like I caught your Dash Retro stream the other day of Washed Up Has-Been plays FF7. You know, and you, like, as in you can tell that they're just grabbing the data, like username data, most recent stream title, you know, and just like plugging it into spots on the email. So I actually do appreciate you following up, because it's like, oh shit, now I should follow up on that particular game because, you know, now I know that the email was actually, like, personally sent. Which, you know, is, like, the thing. But yeah. If I find time, I'll check it out. Whoop! I'll let you know what I think. And also, though, I can't make any promises to get to it, though, because I'm very busy. Like, the thing is, I have a business email because I used to stream full-time, but I don't stream full-time anymore. I work full-time and stream as a hobby now, but then on top of that, like, I got a bunch of other shit going on, including I'm gonna be a dad in April. So, like, so yeah, shit's changing. And I'm spending I'm much busier than I've ever been. Oh yeah, thank you, Suxor. Like, for example, so this house that we got a year ago, love it, right? Big into the house, love the house. There is a bit of an issue, though. Oh yeah, but real quick, Zoa, yes. The reason that we shorten the names is because the text boxes take time to type out, you know? They type 6 characters every frame. And you can't close a text box until it's done typing. So if you shorten the characters' names, then that means that it takes fewer frames for the text box to type out, and it saves you time over the run. I actually wrote a script, like a Python script, that can take in a text file and simulate FF7 typing in order to count how many frames it actually would save in order to change the character names. And then I painstakingly went through one of my runs and I created a text file that is every single text box that you see in a no slots run from start to finish, every single one of them, so that I could feed that into the script and actually count how many frames does it save. And so I can tell you that it saves about 1 minute. To shorten everybody's name to one character, it saves about 1 minute total. Yeah. So anyway, that was fun. So yeah, definitely worth doing. Now what was I? Oh yeah, so the thing about the house is that all... Whoa! Vanilla Deathshot, thank you for the 2 years. Subscription, thank you. Great to see you, and I am doing well. But yeah, one issue that we have with the house is that, heat rises. Yes, we know this. But, like, it is an extreme temperature difference between the upstairs and the downstairs in our house in the winter. Extreme difference. And so I'm thinking that, like, a big part of the reason for that might be the fact that there's no, like, door in the stairwell from the downstairs to the upstairs that locks the heat into the lower level. Instead, it's all free to just flow up into our upper level, which has a high ceiling. So I am, like, the thing that I'm doing right now, as far as busy work goes, is I am installing a door into the door frame that separates the bottom 2 floors from the upper 2 floors. Boom. All right. Wow, I lost time on that. Get a flap that will send air in vent upstairs versus downstairs based on temperature, and you would have 2 thermostats. Double thermostat is definitely something that I think we might end up having to do. But yeah, my first idea is, what if we just put a door between the upstairs and the downstairs, and that'll at least keep the heat that goes into the downstairs. It'll keep it downstairs. That's my first idea, right? And then, yeah, so we might have to do a dual thermostat thing. The other thing that I might do is get, like, a ceramic brick heater and just put it in the downstairs down here, you know? Just like it's just a different heating system. Because my old place, we had the townhome that we were at before this house had a ceramic brick heater. Like, it also had a cold basement. But it also had this ceramic brick heater that didn't work until after we had already lived there for like 10 years, I finally just like opened it up. I looked up the manual for it online, and I like checked all of the wiring and all of the settings and stuff. It turned out that it was it was a thing where like it used electricity during non-peak hours in order to charge the brick core, right? And then it could use the heat anytime. And it's like, okay, well, who defines peak hours? Well, that's your electric company. So I called the electric company to have them come out and like tell me what the settings were on this thing. What they told me ended up being wrong. Because then but they at least showed me like the box that everything was hooked up in, and I was able to like open up the boxes eventually and like read the dip switches and figure out with the manual like how, okay, the dip switches are set this way. That means that like these are the peak hour settings. Got it. And eventually, long story short, I got this ceramic brick heater working in the downstairs of that place. And it was beautiful. Like, it totally fixed the problem. So, maybe that's something to think about here as well, is just to install one of those. And thank you, Hafer. Disgruntled Goat, thank you for the good luck. Okay, got the tiara. Now it is time for bar skip. Which means be quiet for a minute, me. Door, talk to that guy, clear that box, close the door. Open right there, talk to this guy. Give her the medicine, run down here, text box, second, close, go. Now, even besides multi-zone control, though, one thing I'll say as far as when we bought this house, we were warned that there is a bizarrely low amount of heat vents on the lower level. And so I think that might actually even be like less so than controlling it with a second thermostat. Honestly, I think that the thing that we do just need to do is install a couple more heat vents and returns on the lower level, just in general. Because, yeah, like, this room that I'm in right now doesn't have one. There's no heat vent in this room. And the guest room... There's one room like... I'm in the lowest level, which is just this room. And then there's one other room attached to it. That room has, like, one vent, but no return. Or something like that. So, yeah, like, it's... I think that's the main issue. And that's something that I've been meaning to look into as well. Oh, okay, so it's this room. There's a guest room attached. I forgot also the the utility room with the furnace in it is also attached to this room. So it would be really easy to just add a vent to this room, I think, because we're literally adjacent to the furnace, or like we're in a neighboring room. All right. For a lot of this stuff, though, I mean, you know, I'm just talking out loud here. One nice, like, lucky thing I have in life in general is that my dad is a carpenter, and always has been. Like, you know, he's recently retired, but I mean, he was a carpenter for over 40 years, you know, and so he kind of knows, like, all this shit. I can always go to him to ask questions about, like, how this should be, how easy would it be to do this project, how expensive would it be to do this project, will you help me with this project, you know. And especially, yeah, so... Whoa, I sat on that text box for a minute. Am I equipping Shiva today? Good question. Do I don't know if I have the muscle memory for it anymore. I already replaced the muscle memory. So, like... So I don't know if I should. So on the Genova birth fight, a common strategy is to equip Shiva on Cloud, which lowers his max HP by 5%. And what that does is it guarantees that Cloud will always get his limit break in one shot from any Genova attack that's not tail laser. But if you don't put Shiva on him, then his HP has a chance to roll high enough to where yeah, she can do like a 99% on your thing. Yo, Zeal. It's only a 2% chance that he rolls high enough. Is that what you mean? Or do you mean that it lowers his HP by 2%? Shiva is only 2%? Gotcha. Either way, that's the idea. It lowers his max HP so that he's guaranteed to get a limit from Genova's attacks. Trying any new strats today? No, in fact, I would even argue that I'm trying less new strats today because the save crystal, the save crystal paralysis dodge fucked me, and instead of learning how to do it properly, I'm just not gonna do it because I think it's pointless anyway. All right. Hopefully we get a good apps again, because I feel like that was a pretty good wall market. I feel like my mashing is pretty on point today. So, I really want to keep up with this PB as much as possible. But now that said, the thing about this PB is that the like post Midgar, we have a lot of time to save. Between Midgar and Disc 2, we have a ton of time to save. I think. But I am looking for a run where basically everything goes well. So hopefully that's what happens today, you know. That's my hope for it. Hopefully everything goes well. Yo, Andy. Thank you for the good luck. Boom, boom, boom. All right. Let's see this braver. Nice, I like that. Oh yeah, dude, that's what I love about a good Metroidvania, Big Knockas, is when you backtrack, when you go back to a previous place and you see how the rooms are, they're designed for you to get through them without the abilities the first time, and then they're designed for you to be able to get through them a different, faster way with the abilities. Man, I love that. Okay, we're like halfway-ish to the Materia. I did, Popo. So that's why we're behind right now, because now we're up against my recent PB. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I was thinking that we could do like a just gaming day today, or just casual gaming day today, because I got the PB. But I'm just motivated right now is the thing to keep on going. Especially because the PB had big problems with it that I don't want to submit it, you know? The 640-45, I don't want to submit it. I want to beat it instead. And as long as I'm warmed up and de-rusted, getting consistently sub 640 should be, like, not the biggest ask in the world. Ooh, that was earlier than I expected. I actually have to wait for the screen to fade in here because I don't know where I am exactly. There we go. Like, I think I was too low, where if I had just buffered up and right, I would have gone under the platform. Maybe, I wasn't sure. Okay. A little sloppy on my movement around that corner. So my steps, definitely not perfect here. Whoops, I was adjusting my hands there and had a bad mash. I can't say a hundo in the near future because it'll take a lot of practice to de-rust it, you know what I mean? Like, I don't think I can just fire off a hundo. I need to, I gotta practice it up. Bad mash, you know? Yeah. It sounds like it could be like a punk band or something. All right, steps are totally fine. Yo, Val. Yeah, I heard about that. Little Easter egg that's been right in front of us this whole time and no one noticed until now. If you put a B at the end of Reno's name, his name is Boner backwards. Oh, it's going pretty well, Val. Okay, we did not we cannot or we did not Braver Guard Scorpion. So what I'm hoping is an early Barrett grenade. Now what I want to see is him to hit Cloud. So that we can then squeeze a Braver in, which will A, give us a Braver, B, cut off a Reno turn. And that's what we're doing. All right, beautiful. Now, the Braver animation is a little bit slow, but I like having the Braver. And there it is. He's already given it back to us. Because now it's a race to where hopefully Cloud will get his limit back on the sample fight, is what we hope for. Because that'll give him fast ATB on the sample fight. And then, we save a Reno turn with Braver. No, Reno dies to 8 grenades. And so, if he gets the first turn and he pyramids somebody, that means that it's 2 grenades Reno, 2 grenades Reno, 2 grenades Reno, 2 grenades. If you only get the 1 grenade at the start, then it's grenade, Reno, 2 grenades Reno, 2 grenades Reno, 2 grenades Reno, 1 grenade. So either way, that's 4 Reno turns total. You need to get 2 grenades early in order to save a turn. Unless you jam a Braver. Yeah, grenade plus Braver, exactly. And then if you're not gonna get the Braver, it's a good thing if your Cloud attack, if your Braver on apps was strong enough, then it's a good idea to do a regular attack with Cloud because the animation is way faster and it saves a grenade. Saving grenades doesn't really matter that much though if you're doing elevator manip. We generally have a surplus of grenades, but the animation speed is nice though. But yeah, that's kind of the problem with Braver, though, is that the animation is long. So you don't even... Like, the thing about Braver is you don't even save time by skipping the Reno turn. Like, you don't... It's not... It's like you didn't even skip the Reno turn because the Braver takes so long. But it does mean that the fact that you skipped the Reno turn means that the Braver isn't as harmful, that it takes so long. You know what I mean? Like, it's kind of a wash. And yeah, exactly. You got to do 8 somewhere. Yeah, that's a good way to think of it also, is that it's like you only get punished for doing it. That's actually a really good point. Because worrying about the Braver animation is split brain. And what I mean by split brain is thinking that every single split needs to gain time, rather than remembering that we're just building up a faster... We're just preventing ourselves from having to do any extra shit later. Because yeah, the thing is, like, the only way that Braver animation length punishes you is if you get too many Bravers on Genova Birth. Like, if you go up to 9 on Genova Birth, now it's like, now you've wasted time. Uh-oh, Flo, thank you for the good luck. Ba-da-da-da, ba-da-da-dee-da-doo-da-dee-doo-doo. Doo-doo-doo-doo. Ba-da-da-dee-doo-doo. Doo-doo-doo-dee. Ba-da-da-dee-da-doo-da-dee-doo-doo. Nice. Oh, it's the best, Queen V. It used to be covered in an entire layer of thin, fake leather, but all that leather has peeled away, you know? Revealing a more comfortable cloth layer underneath. So the chair evolved. It does recline. It doesn't have room to recline where I have it right now, like in this setup, but for the record, it does recline, and it rocks. And I like chairs that rock. You know, I like having a little bit of rock. Like having a little bit of rock to my chair. All right. And now, hang on a minute. We have elevator manip to prepare here. All right, here we go. So again, we are looking at where the waterfall crashes into the water below on the left. And you see those little glow-ups that happen. We are timing the amount of time between glow-ups. Okay. Wow, I almost hit the X on OBS instead of the unminimize, or unmaximize. All right. I got pattern. 1, 2, 3. 2, 2, 1, 1, 3. That is pattern 230. All right. I'm a little worried about this one. This elevator manip is on the fence. Here's why. It's possible that we got an invisible glow. And if we did, I have no protection from it on this pattern. And also, this is a difficult movement pattern where I only have one frame to spare on the final screen. The final screen's a onesie, so I have to be literally perfect or the manip dies. So yeah, this is a difficult manip to pull off, but it's a good one if we get there. Yeah, this one's a little different in that once we're in the elevator, the manip isn't very hard. Well, actually, it's only easy if we get frame perfect. If we're a frame early or a frame late, then the manip inside the elevator is hard. But besides that, the thing that's hard on this one is the way to the elevator. Oh, speaking of Mia, there she is. Hi, Mia, you found me. Okay, we go right at 3 here. 1, 2, 3. Whoa, I forgot what that menu looked like. As in, I thought I had to go 2 down to grenade there instead of just 1 down. Because in the other shop, you have to go 2 down. And I think the Molotov shop you also have to go 2 down for. I don't make that mistake often, but sometimes it gets you. This guy are sick. That line is in this version, yeah. Didn't they change it on the PC version? And the PC version is also wrong, or am I thinking of something else? I think I'm thinking of, like, I know that they did change that line, but I think I'm thinking of something else where they changed it to something that's also wrong. All right, here we go. Okay, I'm done. It's a good one. It's a good one. All right, here we go. First swing. And then this next screen is the screen that I need to be frame perfect on. So, here we go. I don't think that was good. I don't think that was good enough. Yeah, I am one of 4 people. I'm one of 4 people that does run verifications, yeah. But I haven't done any in a minute. There was a while where I was doing, like, all of them. Just because I was just checking it every day and doing them. But yeah, for the last few weeks, I haven't really had a chance to look. I saw Zeal did a couple the other day though, and I think right now mostly what's in the queue is Zeal just converting runs over to YouTube instead of Twitch, right? Verifications as in like other people's runs, verifying whether or not they go on the leaderboard. Zero score! Hello, hello. Thank you for the good luck. Welcome on in. I hope you guys aren't about to see a run death, because I think there is a very good chance that I think that there is a very good chance that I screwed up my movement for elevator manip. And so elevator manip might not work here. Hopefully it does. Let's see what happens. But I think I was too slow on the on the last screen. Okay. Do I have to watch every minute? Not necessarily. I generally don't. You know, I check key details. All right, 19, 15, 17. 19, 15, 17, 19, frame early. Hopefully that means I was just a frame early. Are people dishonest with runs often? No. Very rarely. Okay, so the manip should be 2025. So let's go. 2 Big Macs. 1, 2. Please. Oh my gosh, we're actually in there. Okay, I didn't screw it up. All right, 0 back up 10. Here we go. 0 back up 10. Perfect. All right, 2 back up 18. Here we go. All right. And then the 5 becomes 4. Here we go. 4 Big Macs. 1, 2. Woo! That's a good one. That was a good one. Let's go. Okay, okay. Oh, man, I thought that was going to be turnless. But, close enough. I heard it, Kino. Nice. 59:39. That is great. Great time. All right, but yeah, Zero Scar enjoyers, welcome on in. Hope you're ready to get cozy for an FF7 run. We are just getting started here, but Shinra HQ is kind of all gas. Like this part of the run is very tight and intense. All right. Sorry, I'm a bit too focused for everything going on in chat, but something happened with Rufus twice today. You were running FF7 and Rufus fucked you over. I had a triple crit Rufus the other day that killed a run. All right. 14 is best. So I have no chance to screw up my double inputs, or my down inputs here. We just mash. Oh my gosh, I shouldn't have changed controller stances there so early. 2, 3, 4. $139 on the dog into a crit. Yeah, I mean, there's a reason that I run in a way that like tries to guarantee having a braver for the Rufus fight, and that's after taking elevator. If you take stairs, you shouldn't braver the dog, but yeah, because I hate grenading the dog. And so, like, what those adjustments are that I do differently from most other runners is I put cover on Cloud, so that he will, yeah. If you take the stairs, Cloud is a lower level, on that fight. But yeah, I put cover on Cloud to help guarantee that he'll gain a limit throughout Shinra HQ, and then I also don't use a Braver on Sample. Like, if I have a Braver on Sample, I just save it for the Rufus fight. But it doesn't always work, though. You know? Sometimes you gotta do the grenade anyway. All right, all right. Yeah, being front row for Motorball, honestly, that's just something where, like, I learned it that way. Stairs is slower. It's just more. It's just very consistent. You know, stairs is always the same length of time every time. If you take elevator, basically elevator is on average it's like a minute faster, but it's very inconsistent because it's extremely RNG heavy. And then elevator manip is like on average like a minute faster than regular elevator, and it's very consistent. It's just very hard. And yeah, Crucial, I do elevator manip a little bit more differently than... I mean, it's like most of the basic principles are the same, Crucial, as far as like quote-unquote my elevator manip versus others. And just to get that out of the way real quick, the reason that I say quote-unquote mine is that I just reverse engineered how I saw Luzbel do it. And that was from like Hype Ghost and Brutal, I think, like put that together or something. I'm not exactly sure. But basically, I just like reverse engineered how he did it. And then here's the big difference. Hello. Nope. Love you. Thank you. So here is where I did do a ton of work though. And so if people are talking about my method, they're not necessarily talking about the method of manipulating the elevator, because once again, I didn't exactly develop that. They're talking about my notes that I made for it, which is that, so people like Zeal, and I think Morningcraft, and Luzbel, right, top runners, they use a spreadsheet while they are doing the manip, right? They punch in numbers, the spreadsheet does calculations, and they make decisions based on what to do, based on what the info that they're getting off of the spreadsheet. I just simply don't like operating a spreadsheet while I'm doing a speedrun. And I don't like necessarily making those kinds of decisions in a run. So instead what I did was I took Brutal's spreadsheet and I manually entered every single possible of all 256 possible waterfall patterns. I manually entered every one of them and made the decision of like how long to wait at the save crystal, blah, 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 all ahead of time. And I put all that information into a notepad document. Then I wrote a Python script that simulates the elevator, and it simulates the way that we do like the walk up to the button and hit triangle, what is the neutral frame, blah, blah, blah. And so what my Python script does is you can say, okay, I'm on pattern 144. You hit you put in 144, you hit enter, and it tells you here are all of the floors that you can hit from there, and it's visualized with like a window where you can say like, okay, the 19, 15, 17 window, that looks nice. I'm going to try that. So first we'll go for 15 because that's the middle of it. So you put in, I want the floor that hits me on that puts me on 15. And so it tells you, so it remembers that, and then it says, okay, so you're on floor 15. Here's all of the floors that you can hit from there, and how many Big Macs you would need to do in order to hit that floor. And then you pick which one you want, and then it gives you the next one. Okay, so from there, here's all the ones that you can do. And once you've reached floor 59 on that simulator, it then spits out, okay, so to hit that floor, you need to set your timer to this many milliseconds. And then here it is. That manip that you just did was 3325. Okay. And then so there you go. That is my pre-researched elevator manip pattern that I then put into a WordPad document. And then I would go back and, okay, so that was a 19, 15, 17 window. So then I would go back and do the 19s, and then I would go back and do the 17s. And I did every one of them multiple times in order to try to minimize the number of menus that you have to do total. And I did them multiple more times in order to find backups. Like, let's say that you're on pattern 144, floor 15, and then you did 3, and then you did 3. Well, next is 2, but what if you miss the 2? What if you overshoot it? Well, there's another one at 18. So then I put in 18, and then from there it's 5. Boom, 18, 5, there's your backup. Blah, blah, blah. So, that's the work that I put in. And it took me weeks. And so when people talk about my method, they're talking about that document that I put together. Yeah. And you can see that document, by the way. I think exclamation point elevator, and it should give you a link to the document if you want to look at it. Yeah, there it is. So that's the document that I ended with. That is correct, Zergu. However, there is a little bit of a kink in thinking that way, which is that Hito rolls over at 254, not 256. So if it happens to land, if it happens to cause you to roll over Hito at a different time, then that would affect the rest of the run differently than just adding 16. Nice, that was a good sample, dude. However, Cloud doesn't have his limit, which is too bad. Whoa! You would think so, Java. That's what I mean. Normally it would go to 255. When I say rollover at 256, yeah. I mean that, like, it goes from 255 to 0. But for some reason, Hito goes from 253 to 0. They just manually programmed it to do that. Whoops. Yeah, so I think the Cloud hair is the same thing. The only difference is I do believe that our neutral frame is in a different spot. Yes, I do run to press also. That's another, like, significant... It's a super minor difference to just a viewer, but to a runner, it's a very significant difference. Is that, yeah, when I press the button, I do up, X, and circle. Why? Because that's just how I decided to do it, you know? There's no reason... Oh, here's the reason. Because... while I was researching it, I found out that if you're -2, then up and circle doesn't press the button, but up X and circle does. So even though I almost never do -2, that's why I decided to hold X. And then I just stuck with it for no reason other than it's just how, you know, it was just simply a decision that was made. I'm not sure what both those scenarios are that you mean, but yeah, so ultimately, though, what does all this mean, ultimately? The way that Brutal developed, where you use a spreadsheet the whole time, that is potentially faster. Holding X. Oh, so if. Oh, okay. So if you hold X while you're using like notes that don't expect you to hold X, it will screw you up. Because it'll make Cloud take an extra frame to run back to the party when he's not expected to. So yeah, you have to adhere to whoever the researcher or whatever the researcher that wrote the notes down decided. Oh, Java, so fully automating. Okay, so I flip-flopped on a judgment call I made the other day. Kuma asked me, what if you had a script that counted the waterfall for you? Right? So that's what I said. Or that's what the question was. What if you had a script that looked at the video pixels and counted the waterfall for you? And I said, at the time, since the information that it is reading is just audio-video information from the console and not reading information, I think that that's okay, is what I said. I'm kind of flip-flopping on that, though. I think that, A, it is important that the information that you're getting is just the audio-video out of the console. That is important. However, I think that the recipient of that information needs to be your human eyeballs and your human earballs. Sorry, eardrums. I think that the recipient of the information needs to be your human organs. And then you can use that information to put info into a spreadsheet. I'm totally fine with that. You can use that information to click on a stopwatch and then Control F in a massive WordPad document. All of that I'm fine with. Because what received the information was your human organs, and then you used your other human organs to then, use the information. Yeah. So that's all. That's what I mean. No jail skip, that's right. Now, what we need is for Cloud to get his limit here, though, please. I would love for Cloud to get his limit here. Dang. He even covered. It just had to be Needle. Now, so that's the issue, Scrodius. The issue with what I said is that what if chat tells you, right? Well, there's no way to know whether chat used a script or not. And they are not your human organs. However, I think that in the year 2025, when we all stream our runs on Twitch, I think that you have to just accept that chat can tell you. And it is up to you whether you trust them. Are they lying? Are they correct versus incorrect? Blah, blah, blah. You have to just accept that that's okay to happen. And yeah, that is the case. Yo, Costin. That is the thing, is that, like, even if somebody did write the scripts to count the waterfall for you, there's no way to verify whether they used it or not. That is true. It would be one of those things that's like, essentially an honor system kind of thing. Because here's the thing about that. And I used the same example last time that we had this conversation. I said, one of the rules of a speedrun also, just an implicit, unwritten rule of speedrunning, is that the runner is the one who pressed all the buttons, right? So, however, we do not require hand cam on runs. We don't even require a webcam, right? VTubers can run the game. People who use no webcam at all can run the game, right? We don't require a hand cam. Despite that meaning that there's no way that we know that they're the one that pressed all the buttons on the controller, And K-Dog, thank you for subscribing. The mouth eyes thing, it is a channel point redemption. It's a channel point redemption called Popo Eyes, I think. I think it's called Popo Eyes. But inconceivable. Thank you for the 10 months. Thank you, thank you. Right, Scrotius. Like, it's something that we're not worried about. For sure. Okay, ABR we need to switch our turn order to.
Yes.
And yeah, absolutely. You could make a task and then you could pretend to play it back, and people have done that before. Not with FF7, as far as I'm concerned, or as far as I'm aware. But I mean, yeah, that's something that people have done and gotten caught with. What's the play for an early grenade? You just take whoever would have been first in your turn order and you put them last. So instead of RAB, we are now ABR for this fight because we got one early grenade. That's assuming that you want your limit holder to get the kill. Yeah, so I don't know exactly what to call this type of discussion. I feel like there's a name for this, but let's put ourselves in the mind of this person though, right? So you want to cheat, right? If somebody wants to cheat, I think that the only way that they would bother to make a task and then pretend to play it back would be... Maybe I'm wrong about this. I probably am. But in the mind of a cheater, right? I feel like you wouldn't make a task and then pretend to play it back if you weren't on camera. Because if you're not on camera anyway, then you might as well just splice. Because splicing is so much easier, right? Nice. No skip. Okay, so I am going to... I'm gonna do third turn Braver here. Okay, good. We didn't get the Hassan Rufus. So that's 2 grenades. Now we do our Braver. Boom. And then grenade. So now we need to manipulate the motorcycle game. All right, all right. Nice. Good menu. Yeah, my Shinra HQ was pretty bad on the PB, so I'm glad we're getting a pretty good one here. Oh, sorry that I missed the show cats. We'll be able to do it in a second here, once the cutscene starts. Yeah, you can inject inputs into OG hardware. That is correct. That's what TaskBot does. If you've ever watched any runs with specifically TaskBot, that's like what the gimmick is. However, disc-based consoles generally don't work with that because discs just don't have consoles that read from a disc don't have consistent enough load times. So that's why if you watch the TAS run of FF7 that was at MagFest that we did commentary for, me and Dwango, that was played back on an emulator. All right, folks. There she is. Oh, gotta go. Okay, so we are gonna do a strat here that I didn't do last run, which is that so when Motorball does arm attack, he always arm attacks the character that has the highest HP. So, what we're gonna do is I'm gonna let this red bike through, and he's gonna go do some damage to Tifa and Barrett. Because I need Motorball to hit Cloud to fill up his limit bar. So I think about that should be good. That might have even been a little bit too much. Probably a little bit too much. But yeah, so the reason that I had to do this is because normally on the Rufus fight, I use Cloud's Braver right away. And then after that happens, Rufus shoots Cloud 4 times, which refills his limit bar. But because I couldn't Braver the dog, that meant that I didn't want to Braver Rufus right away. Because the first thing that the dog does is it puts barrier on Rufus, and when you Braver a barriered Rufus, it does like 74, 75 damage to him. And if you hit Rufus for less than 100 damage, and his HP is over 50% still, he has a chance to laugh instead of shoot you, which is a long animation. It just wastes time. It loses you a bunch of time. So that's why, if I can't use the Braver on the dog right away, instead of Bravering Rufus right away, I throw 2 grenades at him to get him under 50% HP, then Braver him, and then finish him with the final grenade. However, that means, though, that now Cloud's limit bar is pretty low for Motorball, so now Motorball is going to give us that refill. It's not 50%, it's 200, and you think he has 500? Oh, okay. But yeah, all of that is to say that's why I made the decision of when I use the Braver on Rufus, and then that's why we did the thing. Now, hopefully it gives Cloud his limit here. So this hit should give Cloud a little bit, and then hopefully the arm attack does what I want it to do here. So Bolt. Nice. Okay, so yep. There you go. That gave Cloud his limit. 206 is very normal damage, so we don't have to worry about anything. Unless this crits. If this crits, we gotta worry. Very normal Braver, alright. Ah, the double arm attack is slow, though. Bolt number 3 queuing up. Okay, no crits, please. Bolt number 4 queuing up. And finally, bolt number 5, and then we stop here to not over damage him. If we do any more than just this bolt from Cloud, it'll kick him into a counter attack that's very slow and kills everybody. So we wait. There we go. We're past the check for the counter attack, and now we finish him off. Queuing up that beat rush was just in case the grenade didn't kill. And then, yeah, that was a slow motorball because of the double arm attack, so we did lose a little bit of time there, unfortunately. But all right, 54 is like 80, 90, so 130, 30. And what I'm talking about there is I am estimating what my IGT is going to be when I get to the world map. Because the world map RNG is seeded based on your in-game time as it loads. So what I'm going to do is open up the menu before we leave for outside, and then I'm going to leave on a specific in-game time coming up. We've got a list of a bunch of different in-game times that have good RNG, and instructions on what to do with your inputs to get those. And so yeah, here we go. So 130.34 is what I'm aiming for. Okay. 130.34. And on 130.34, we do 4 left and 4 menu to get good RNG. So that is... Okay, 4 left. 1, 2, 3, 4 menu, which I'll also use to cure the party. I was very slow on those left inputs. I'm still getting used to this D-pad. It's a very nice D-pad, but it's pretty stiff, and so you gotta be really assertive to get single-frame inputs. And now we're moving in this weird diagonal way because holding 2 directions on the D-pad makes you move like 5% faster. And so then I'm also using shoulder cam to be able to move. Using shoulder cam allows me to move directly east while still going diagonal, you know? And then holding L1 is counter-rotating the camera against my right, which is then making the camera not move. Okay, so the estimation here is about 23 seconds, so 57 is like 70, it's like 80, so that's 132.20 for the chocobo catch. Uh, 132.21. 132.21 or 28. $21 or 28. Whew, I made the 21. Nice. So, by leaving on that IGT and just holding in these buttons, we are going to get a chocobo with 2 Mandragora fight. And yeah, exactly, Zergu. If we're holding L1 and R1, then those cancel each other out, and then the right input allows the camera to spin left. If I want to spin the camera... or that spins the camera right. The right input does. If I want to spin the camera left, then I have to do up inputs instead of uprights. Alright, time for column skip. I would explain column skip, but it takes a long time. It's difficult to explain. You guys know that you know that meme where it's like the guy with the crazy hair on the History Channel saying basically aliens? Imagine that in your head, but he's saying basically triangles. No, I don't miss Calm. That was a pretty boring part of the run. Oh, and yes, I do long range. Tunes, thank you for the good luck. Boom, boom. Movement here is a setup to ultimately get preemptive against Genova Birth. I am interested in the Yuffie route, actually. Yes, I'm very interested in that. Okay. We're safe from the snake jump scare for now. All right, clench your butts. Nice. We're good. All right. Ah, back attack. Okay, not too bad. Double back attack, huh? You know what, though? Neither of them were tornadoes. I'm fine with this. All right, my PB had a third try bottom swell, so we're actually also gonna save time here, probably. All right, this feels good. It feels like I'm playing well, having a good run, you know? Yeah. That's what I'm talking about. All right. Here, we used to big shot, but this is one of the many Kuma innovations, which is Kuma pointing out that the beat rush animation is a second faster than the big shot animation, so, and it works. Or like it does enough damage to work, so beat rush is just a second faster. And yeah, as far as boss music goes, this is an all-timer. Unless you miss talking about, like, you didn't get the yeah. Yeah, if you don't get the yeah, then you should just queue up a big shot real quick. And just like that, we're over a minute ahead. How about that? And Val, thank you for the 5 months. Thank you. Okay, Twitch wants a ad break, and so I'm gonna give it to you while we're just doing the breathing game. You know, who cares about this part? So we'll get rid of it now, and then we won't get it later. All right. Sounds good, Shizor. Have yourself a good night. I feel like I have a lot of confidence back also in the game in general, you know? Like, it was really bugging me that none of my runs were finishing, you know? So finally finishing a run gave me a lot of confidence back. And that's why I'm running again today. Again, my plan was to play Tormented Souls 2 today because game is going to be awesome. But I'm riding the PB high though, you know? And I feel very motivated to get another run in. And yeah, it does feel nice to run against new splits, especially because the old ones had outdated route stuff on them, you know? Where it was like, oh, there's 30 seconds of fake time loss here, don't worry, blah, 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 you know? And I don't have to worry about that anymore. Now we're actually just running 1-to-1 on route as well. And yeah, Costin, they're one of my favorites. They're a band that the first time I ever heard them was live. And they really, really impressed me. What happened, it's actually a funny story how I got into Cattle Decap. What happened was I was eating dinner, and this is pre-COVID times. I'm going to tell this story, and you guys are going to be like, what's going on? You got to remember that the world was a different place before 2020. I was eating dinner at Culver's, a popular Midwestern fast food joint, and I was wearing a Death shirt. And this guy walked by my booth, and he stopped, and he went, "Oh, Death, I like them." And I was like, "Oh, hell yeah, brother." And he was like, yeah. I have I've got like a metal playlist. You know, like he was like, he's not a big metalhead, but he's like, I've got a metal playlist that I listen to, and there's a Death song on there. I think it's The Philosopher. And I was like, hell yeah, dude, Philosopher, they're great. Or that song is great. It's the one that's like, "The philosopher, you know so much about nothing at all." You know, it's that one. But anyway, but then he sits down at my booth, right? You know, he was like, he sat down just to talk about metal for a little bit, you know, and he kind of went through his playlist and talked about this or that band, you know, and so we're just chatting, you know, and then he mentions like, oh, his buddy was telling him that there's actually like a show coming through. There's like a death metal concert that's coming in. The Summer Slaughter Festival or something like that. And he looks it up on his phone and goes, "Oh, it's today. It's starting in like an hour." And I was like, "Oh, fuck." And so I was gonna stream that day, but I was like, you know what? Fuck it. I haven't been to a concert in a while, and at that point in time, I hadn't ever really been to a death metal concert. And so I was just like, you know what? I'm just gonna go to this concert. Why not? And so I got there. There were 6 bands that day, and I got there for the 4th band. I missed 3 bands. Unfortunately, I missed Necrogoblikon. I got there just after Necrogoblikon finished, so I missed out on that. And then the next band that played was the Faceless. And dude, I had never heard the Faceless before. Holy shit, were they good. Oh man, they kicked ass. And so I actually, fast forward a little bit, I ended up leaving the show most impressed by the Faceless, and I started listening to them a bit. Their album Planetary Duality particularly is just so good. But anyway, so the Faceless, loved it. They kicked ass. I left a fan. Then Carnifex played. Carnifex was okay. They're not really my style, you know. They were alright. And then last band to play was Cattle Decap. So then I saw Cattle Decap, and oh man, they were also just fucking phenomenal. But once again, though, when I left the show, I got into the Faceless right away, listened to them for a while, and then it wasn't until a little bit later that I actually revisited Cattle, and then got super into them. And yeah, just the other day we got an appraisal on our house because we're in the process of refinancing because we're gonna get a better interest rate. And so one of the things is that we had to get a reappraisal, right? The appraisal guy, he didn't recognize my shirt because I was wearing a shirt that's like a local black metal band that no one's ever heard of. Nivius is their name. But when he looked at the basement down here, he saw my guitars and was like, "Oh, sweet, guitars." And then we got talking about music a little bit. And you gotta throw the feeler out for death metal. You never really know, how, who you're talking to, right? And I was like, have you heard of Death? Just the band Death? And he was like, "Oh, yeah, love them." And I'm like, "Oh, all right. Let's go. Hell yeah, brother." But yeah, a lot of my favorite bands I have found just by seeing them live before, that's why I really like seeing openers, generally when I go to shows. Ooh, nice, I swished it. All right. Oh yeah, with the appraisal, yeah. Oh yeah, that the appraisal thing, yeah, whatever. What else are you into? I told him to check out Silva because he mentioned going to local shows. He mentioned being interested in local shows. So I told him to check out Silva because they're a local death metal band that is fucking fantastic. Oh, nobody could, Dan. That parade game is awful. They don't explain it very well. The mechanics are extremely unintuitive. Nobody gets it. When I started speedrunning this game, day one of me speedrunning this game, Zergu here. I actually had Zergu here in my chat coaching me how to do that game because I kept fucking it up. And having to I had to load my game 4 times to not absolutely fuck it up. With him coaching me in chat. How about that? And there's no mashing anywhere in there, huh? Stuff like Cannibal Corpse, Napalm Death, gotcha. I finally checked out Bolt Thrower the other day. Because, like, I hear, like, riffs from Bolt Thrower. Like, anytime that I watch, like, a YouTube video that's, like, here's a bunch of badass riffs from this era or something, or this genre, Bolt Thrower always comes up with really cool riffs, and I'm like, damn, I gotta check them out. Finally did the other day. By the way, I smell like a food item. Maybe even a burning food item. I wonder what Mrs. Dash is doing, if she's responsible. You're baking, okay. It's surprising that it's getting all the way down here. You're a power metal guy? Yeah, see, I tolerate power metal, absolutely. Like, I would rather listen to power metal than the radio, right? I'd rather listen to power metal than a lot of things, but I'm never putting it on myself. Is nu metal cool yet? I do think that nu metal is entering the era of nostalgia, for sure. Like Linkin Park, Korn, even Limp Bizkit, I think people are starting to get nostalgic for nu metal. Not because the music got better, but because, you know, people like being teleported back to the 90s in their mind. Or I guess nu metal is more 2000s, but still. The point stands. Oh, I got you. I know what you're saying, chums. Limp Bizkit ain't bad. Dude, I cannot stand the way that Fred Durst sings. The way that, like, he's so, like, it's like he's purposely squeaking his voice all the time. You know, it's like he's just talking like that. It's just one of those days where you don't want to wake up. Everything is fucked. Everybody sucks. You know, I hate the way he sings, dude. The guitar is exceptional. Listen to Necrophagist's Onset of Putrefaction and then come back to me and tell me what you think of Limp Bizkit's guitar work. What up, Kuma? Nah, I'm off it, Kuma. I'm off it. It's a dumb skip for tryhards. And yo, Thrumbo. Well, I'm not really. It's not really streamer life anymore. I'm a regular 9-to-5 jack off now. Oh yeah, I haven't been streaming full time for a year a year and a few months, over a year. I started my new job last July. I would say it's congrats. I mean, basically, I made a whole bunch of advancements to my life that had been pending for a while, you know? So I went back to regular old 9-to-5 work. It's too bad that, you know, Twitch didn't explode in a way that paid all my bills. Of course, that would have been the best thing. But instead, got my regular 9-to-5 back. And then after that, though, bought a house. You know, very happy with the house. And I'm gonna have a kid. So yeah, streaming is now a free time kind of thing. Thank you, thank you. And yeah, I mean, Twitch is in a lot of hot water right now. I feel like they're always in a lot of hot water. I'm somewhat a member of Team Nothing Ever Happens. But I mean, we'll see, right? Like, this last TwitchCon was such a disaster, that, you know, I could very well see maybe TwitchCon not happening next year. We'll see about the website, though. They did have to bring, like, Amazon's head of safety or something. They had to fly him out to TwitchCon. What happened at TwitchCon? So the biggest news at TwitchCon, was the streamer Emiru got sexually assaulted at her meet and greet by someone who just walked right past the lack of security. It was like there was apparently just like no security at the meet and greet, and someone just walked past the line, walked past the barriers, walked all the way up to her, grabbed her, tried to kiss her on the mouth. And her personal security guard, not Twitch security. Oh yeah, and then walked away. Her personal security guard had to push the guy off and then get the guy away from her, while her personal manager then came to check on her, and then the guy just walked off scot-free, essentially, while Twitch staff was nowhere to be seen. Hang on. I'm still not doing Shiva. Whoop. We'll see what happens. Because the thing is, I changed my muscle memory. Okay, so anyway, I said he walked off scot-free. Right. Twitch banned him. Twitch did ban the guy for 30 days. 30-day ban! Until, once again, Emiru's personal manager, then, apparently, got on their ass about it. And then they're like, okay, he's permanently banned. Okay. So yeah. And then, yeah. And then Dan Clancy was asked about it, right? Oh yeah, and it was 30 days just on the website, right? Anyway, that was Braver number 4, I think. I think that was only Braver 4. No, that was Braver 5. That was Braver 5, because I bravered Reno. Yeah. We're at 5 bravers right now. Anyway, then yeah. Dan Clancy, CEO of Twitch, was asked about it, and his response was something like, "Oh, we do our best to provide all of the moderation tools to the streamers, to modify or to moderate and curate a healthy and safe community," or like something like that. And it's like, yeah, okay, buddy. Like what are you talking about? It doesn't answer the question like at all. Anyway, Braver 5, 6. This is Braver 7. This is Braver 7. I might get banned longer for doing the jerk-off motion a second ago than the dude originally got banned for the sexual assault. Right, exactly, Dan. Exactly. So yeah, so that was one thing. Also, apparently, okay, this, I only saw a picture. I haven't seen like a lot. I haven't seen like an overwhelming amount of corroborating evidence for this or anything. This is just something that I heard, but I heard that at the, by the way, sub 2 hour Genova, I'm very happy with. I heard that at like the dealer's den or whatever, what do they call that? What do they call the place where you buy stuff from people? Not the artist alley. There's like a dealer's something. Anyway, I heard that they were selling pocket knives. Like inside the convention, past security, they were selling pocket knives. That's on top of the fact that I've also heard people say that you could just get knives through security anyway. So I've heard both of those things. But yeah, that, I mean, and all of this is to mean that like sexual assault is one thing, but like Emeru could very well be dead right now, you know? With how fucking nuts people are. Because didn't it only happen? I feel like it happened like, yeah, I bring up her specifically because, like, the thing happened to her where that guy could have just stabbed her, you know what I mean? Because didn't it only happen, like, 2 months ago? Didn't a Korean streamer get murdered by some dude that donated, like, tons and tons of money to her? Just, like, super recent? Yeah, like 2 months ago that happened. If that even. So, yeah, anyway. So that's been the news. Yeah. No, the Korean streamer thing was not at TwitchCon. There was no murder at TwitchCon as far as we know. That's just, I'm just bringing that up as like it is it's a known thing that people go crazy and murder cute girls that they donate money to on the internet. But anyway, so that's why we were saying a minute ago, you know, who knows about the future of TwitchCon. The future of Twitch itself, I talk a lot about the future of Twitch itself, because the thing is that TwitchCon lands more on like the IRL side of streaming. And like the big side of streaming, where it's very easy to be very doomsday about like the goings-ons. Okay, 40 and 41 are both holding 0. It's very easy to be kind of doomsday about the going-ons of Twitch and like, oh my gosh, the website's gonna die. However, as a small streamer who plays video games, right? As a small video game streamer, the Twitch itself is better than it's ever been. You know? Like, that's the thing. There is a stark difference between the experience for a community like us versus a community like an IRL streamers. 40 to 41. Okay, I have to go at 42. That's a delay in one. But yeah, like it, again, as far as my, that's just what's funny, is that, you know, as far as my, experience being a gamer on Twitch, I think it's way better to stream here than it is on YouTube. And probably Kick and stuff as well, but I haven't tried it. But just but let me give you, I gotta tell you the funniest thing. Because it took me right back. Ifrit, thank you for the 32 months. 1, 2.5. I gotta tell you guys the funniest thing, because it took me right back. When I'm talking about how the general culture of video game enjoyers on Twitch, I think has been better than ever. And like my big example of that is like being able to, like, the idea of doing a blind playthrough where you don't want any help from the chat is such a common and widely understood thing now. That's basically the default, and people generally ask if you want advice on games now, when they didn't used to. People used to get confused. Why would you be streaming the game if you don't want people to help you? You know what I mean? Like, that was like what people said back in, 2015 Twitch. Just the other day, I was watching Matt Wanders play Sekiro, I think. I believe I was watching Matt Over Yonder play Sekiro. And he multi-streams both Twitch and YouTube. Hang on. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 and a half. And so one person comes into his YouTube chat and they say something like that's what I'm getting at, Cloud Carry, is that like they say something like, "Hi, my name is," whatever their username is, which we can already see because it's their username. But it's like, all right, fine. But then they said something like, "I've beaten this game 4 times. You want some advice?" And then before he even answers, they're already typing out these fucking tips, like how to build your skill points, or this or that or whatever. And it's like, oh, dude, this is 2015 Twitch chat. Just, it takes me right back, dude. And yeah, like it does still exist on Twitch, especially like depending on what category you're playing, for sure. But yeah, oh yeah, and then that's the favorite thing, right? Is that then like if you say like, you're not looking for tips or whatever, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Then here comes like the argument, oh, it's not a spoiler because of this or that. Or like I said, my favorite was always, why would you be streaming if you don't want help? Yeah. So it still happens here and there. But here's what I'm saying though, is that No Soul, thank you for the 19 months, thank you. It still happens, but all you need to say nowadays though is no help, right? If you just put no help as your stream title, like that, really, like everyone knows what that means now. Or and here's the thing, here's something that I've learned actually. This is a little bit of like, now that I've been streaming for a lot longer, this is just kind of more how I feel about how chat should feel to the viewers. But I also don't want to be the one to have to say no help, because I feel like when if somebody says something, if somebody is given unsolicited advice / spoilers / whatever, the streamer or even a moderator coming at them, I feel like can feel aggro. But, if there is just a general chat culture of just no help, right? Then that's a lot softer and more inviting. But anyway, and yeah, that right, exactly, Kyle Carey. Like it's tough to know because like when I was starting out streaming, and even for like a long time, for like years, I used to make a much bigger deal out of it on stream. But I think back to it and I feel a little embarrassed about some of those times. But not always. I mean, sometimes you do. Like, as long as you can make it funny, sometimes you do still need to, like, give the actual explanation about, like, why backseating and spoilers is harmful to a first-time playthrough. But yeah, I mean, I've gone through a lot of, like, iterations of the way that I think about it to make it not be aggro and rather have it be, you know, informative. To say something like, you know, let's say it's a puzzle, right? And someone gives you a hint on the puzzle. Even if they don't know the solution, right, and they're spitballing, which is like a very innocent example of a time where something can be spoiled for you, it's like, the thing is, you can only solve a puzzle one time. Only, like, once you know the solution to a puzzle, unless you literally forget, you can never have that first time experience again, you know? And so when it gets spoiled for you, it takes that piece of the game and it simply removes it, you know? And that makes for a very unremarkable, unmemorable gameplay experience. Where it's like, I'm not gonna remember ever having played this game if I didn't, okay, I just lost time because I'm ranting too much. But this is fine. This is like a 10-second time loss. It's very dumb. I'm very annoyed. But yeah, super annoying. But you know what I'm saying though, right? Where it's like that's true, Kino. But yeah, it's like if you, like, for me at least, if I get backseated, if I get the answer externally for something, then I don't even, like, remember it. I don't even, like, it's not a memorable part of the game anymore. And so if that happens too much, it's like, I feel like I didn't even play the game. It's just super unremarkable. I'm not gonna like it. I'm not gonna think back to that game and think I enjoyed that playthrough. Instead, I'm gonna be like, I hardly even remember it. But anyway, my entire point here, the entire thing that I'm saying is, once again, just that I think that the general culture of Twitch chat is cognizant of this. It actually like agrees with this perspective nowadays, and it's much easier. It's much easier to not get backseated on games nowadays, which is very nice. And that's not, from what I've seen, that's not the case with YouTube, is kind of the point. But yeah. There are certain games that are pretty bad. Like Souls games, for example, are pretty are pretty notorious for very backseaty chats. Neighbor spoiled Eris for you, which robbed you of the emotional response to it? Totally. Yeah. Because then it's like you don't even see Eris as like a character anymore, you know? You would just go into the game with her just being tentative. You know, every feeling that you have toward Eris as a character is a tentative feeling. You know, I've actually never played Undertale, but I mean, I still would like to. I'll probably play it at some point. Oop. Oh yeah, Death Blow added cut. Bow, ba, 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 ba. Do I ever ask chat for help? Ever? Yes. But it's almost never. Oh, that's funny, Costin. I wrote the guide. Oh, that's right. I need to issue a formal apology to, and you guys keep me honest. Tell me if I'm getting the name wrong again. Terrence Ferguson, the legend of GameFAQs FF7 guides. He wrote the battle mechanics guide for FF7. Terrence Ferguson, right? I need to extend my sincere apologies for calling you Brian during the MagFest TAS commentary event. I called him Brian Ferguson. I'm sorry. His name is Terrence. Great guide, by the way. If you want to know about if you want to know some real nitty-gritty mechanics about FF7's battle system, man, that is a good guide. Like, for example, did you guys know that White Wind clears the resist status? Isn't that crazy? White Wind clears resist. That's fucked. What is resist? It's what vaccine gives. Whoop, whoop, whoop. That was weird. So I don't know if it's, yeah, I think it's more toward the latter, No Soul, because like there is also a I mean, the thing is, like, so on that guide, for example, there is like a table of all of the different status effects and all of the different curative effects and which ones they cure, you know? Because there's also like, what's the one that is magic? It's not. This is like a super. This is a super common RPG spell. I can't think of the name of it. Dispel? Yeah, Dispel. Except Dispel is for buffs. What's the Dispel but for debuffs? I think that one doesn't cure resist. Asuna. Yeah. I believe that one does not cure resist, but I'm not sure. Right. That's why it was so surprising to me that White Wind does. Exactly, Zergu. Oh, so I didn't know that part, Kuma. Honestly, that's even weirder. Oh yeah, Gunnar. Yeah, that was super fun. The Dr. Swellman video, is that his name? Ah. Yeah, that was a really good video. That guy's got some other good ones too. I watched his video about Nocturne speedrunning. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6. Uh-oh. Don't tell me I hit that too quickly. No, we're good? Okay. That would have been so fucking sick if that manip had hit. Good enough. Molotov. All right. And yeah. That's kind of what we're getting at, is that like I definitely have a similar thought process to you, No Soul, where it's like I hear something like this and I try to figure out what's the simplest. I try to Occam's razor why it would be the case and figure out like what would be like a easy the simplest understanding of why it was chosen to be that way. But kind of seems, for this case, it kind of seems like each different restorative spell just had manually picked which things it gets rid of. But yeah, also things like when we talk about like exact steal chances, exact damage roll calculations, all that kind of stuff, whenever we get really nitty gritty, a lot of that stuff, pretty much all that stuff is from that Terrence Ferguson guide. I think I had the fastest possible dime fight before on this one, on the PB. Slowest possible fight here. You got a CT scan today? Is CT scan the same thing as CAT scan? Because I remember always hearing about CAT scans. Is that just them saying CT scan quickly? But that sucks. I'm sorry to hear that. Some Flomax for powerful pisses. I can't tell if that's a joke, because it sounds really funny. It wouldn't be as funny if it wasn't called Flomax. Huh. Alright, alright. Pissmax? I mean, I don't know. Okay, CAT scan is a... oh, it is the same thing. Gotcha, gotcha. It is the same thing, but they removed the A. It's funny that they're the same thing, but not for the reason that I thought, you know? One, two, three, four. Oh, yeah, I gotcha. I think MRIs are the ones with the magnets. MRIs are where, like, if you've got metal on you, like, you're gonna get fucked up. I had to have an MRI on my wrist. Here's where I practice some single frame inputs here, and then I got a new strat for right inputs. Oh yeah, that's looking good. You gotta do that to line the Bronco up. Dum bum 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 bum. Yeah, I haven't had Vicodin. When I had my wrist surgery, they gave me Tramadol, and I hated it. It made me stop breathing naturally, or like it like turned off my automatic breathing. Like I'd be sitting there, like, you know, high on pain meds, but then I'd like fuck, I got focus on breathing. You know, I had to sit there and manually breathe the whole time. And any time that I started to like doze off or forget about it, then I would just like stop breathing again. Ugh. So I stopped taking it. Like I only took it for like a couple days, and then I switched to just mixing Tylenol and ibuprofen, which is which that was fine. That was enough, you know. Alright. Cornfed, what did you say the trick is here to know what your time is gonna be? 28, 59. From... Hang on, I'll ask you later. Because right now I gotta be looking at this and say 56. We take 56. Boom, 28, 56. That's a 3 menu. So is that 25 seconds on the estimated IGT or on the RTA? 1, 2, 3. Alright, watch this new strat. Alright? Check out this new strat for a side attack. Boom, regular attack. That's another Kuma special. You know it. Ah, he turned around. So we can't do it to the second guy. Do you need me? I can't actually hear you. Sorry to ask you a question when I can't actually hear you. Come on. That was pretty slow.
This desert is stupid.
Dude, you know what that was from, Dan? Is I had a streak where I had like 4 runs in a row die on Cosmo Canyon skip. Oh yeah, I'm having a sparkling water right now. So Flex, I know that you weren't super into the sparklings that you tried so far. Maybe I would recommend maybe trying the Waterloo brand. We've been doing Waterloo brand, and they're very flavorful. I got a summer berry Waterloo here, and it's really just like, I mean, it's flavorful enough that I question whether it's really just sparkling water. You know what I mean? I did try a soda stream, but I didn't want to have to keep buying the stuff for it. And yeah, Big Knockers, that is correct. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. The only person I know who drinks unflavored sparkling water is Popo. All right, big menu. One, 3. Sadness makes you take 30% less damage. And then it also reduces your limit gain by 50%. Okay. Whoop. Come on, give me a good Materia keeper. It's been a minute since I've had a good one. $74, we want 25. Oh. One tick. Two ticks. All right, 34.58. 58 is a hold and 2. One, two. The Materia does not despawn. No, you can grab it later. It's counterattack. Counterattack generally just loses you time if you use it. It can be really good on the Hojo fight, but generally it's just a waste of space and time. It sells for 0 because Materia sells based on, or maybe 1, yeah. Materia sells based on how much AP it has on it. Oh, it sells for 1 no matter what, even? Well, shut me up. Specifically counter attack is what that Materia is. It's the purple counter attack, which is as opposed to the blue counter. Yeah, I think part of it, Flex. Actually, I'll talk about it after this menu. $43.52. I can buy a soft and 3 Molotovs. Damn. Okay, 3 Molotovs and a soft. Oh yeah, so I think a big reason for stuff selling for 1, okay, this doesn't really apply to the Materia conversation because Materia is a different thing, but I think it's similar to what Smurfton is saying. I think the reason is that a lot of the time the sell price in a JRPG is based on the buy price, and so if an item is not sold anywhere, then it might not have an established buy price. You know what I mean? Like in this game, everything sells for 50% of what its buy price is. So if there's like a right arm, for example, right? And so since there's nowhere in the game that you ever buy the right arm for money, then the right arm doesn't have an established price and it sells for 1. I think that's the reason. But yeah, as Kuma is saying though, right, Princess Guard sells for something. I mean, I would say either they gave it a price and then it just never got used is the most likely solution to that. You know what it could have been, Kuma, even? Like, it's possible that it may have been to be sold in Junon later, but then that was removed once or something, I don't know. Like, maybe if she was supposed to die later in the game, so then it would have been accessible at a shop, but then they took it out of the shop because she'd be dead by then. Something like that. But, yeah, as far as the weapons that can't be sold, like the Buster Sword, I would say it's because of characters leaving the party, but you can sell the leather glove, though. So I'm not really sure. I think the reason that I think the Buster Sword is maybe not sellable, I mean, this is maybe a dumb reason and maybe it's not true, but it could have to do with the fact that the Buster Sword is visible in cutscenes, you know? So, like, it would just be immersion breaking if you could see Cloud holding the Buster Sword in a cutscene when you know that you've sold it. Same with Barrett just having, like, the assault gun just on his field model, you know? Like, by the way, this is a pretty good run, isn't it? And guess what? We actually have a bunch of time save here now as well, because I screwed up the world map manip on this part. The Buster Sword does not automatically equip for the final fight. And yeah, for sure, Flex. But the question is, would you have gotten kidney stones if you lived back then? Or would your diet not have produced them? Assuming it's your diet. But you know, the point stands to whatever it is. But no, I mean, you're right though. I think that's what he's saying, Kino. I think that's the point. All right, all right. Oh, I had a really good Palmer on the PB, though. So hopefully we replicate the good Palmer. We do live in a, at least, well, I'm not positive about where I live now. The town I used to live in was, like, notorious for hard water. But I think around here generally this is a hard water area. By generally, I mean, like, the Minnesota area. Hell yeah, dude. Yeah, the Zelda Chic thing was something that I knew about right away. If I were smarter, I would reverse the turn order of Tifa and Kate and then dice him. But I think we're past that. Oh, I could have diced him right there, actually. We're past dice. Wow, this is a insanely good Palmer. That was really good. That's right. That's right. Cloud. I mean, that's kind of what happens on the Demon's Gate fight. Cloud slices, Kate dices. Has anyone ever made that joke before? All right. Twitch wants an ad. It's good timing because it's just cutscene right now. Oh, same here, Smurfton. Was it spoiled from Family Guy? I just saved you 3 boobless hours? Yeah, I remember that. Okay, let's try like 35 seconds here. So this will be like, okay, 37. So we can go at 35, or we have to wait for 46. So we're probably doing 46 here. Even though 46 is difficult, so is 47. Yeah, so it's going to be 46. No, 46 is too hard. We do 47. Yep, 47. That's a long wait though. This is a big gap. I got pretty unlucky here, and I might even screw it up still. But there it is, 47. Okay, 2 immediate, 37 and a half. 2, 37 and a half. I got confused on the controls there. 2, 37 and a half. Okay, so now immediate and then 37 and a half. Come on. Are you serious? There we go. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 30, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 and a half. Yes. Okay. Nice. All right. 3 Molotovs and a soft. Yeah. That was we got past a random battle there. So technically it was a 17 frame window, but the only visual cue that we have to go on is Cloud's arm swing animation. So I have written down that you need to menu between 37.2 arm swings and 38.3 is what was researched, and so yeah, that's a tough one. Especially because I had already menued earlier. It's like just hitting 37.5 isn't that hard, you just have to count up to it. But the fact that I had already menued once in the middle of counting, you know, kind of throws it off a little bit as well. But yeah, it's a different type of battle skip from what you do on fields, yeah. Like a field battle skip, you have to menu on the same frame that the battle tries to occur. On the world map, what the effect of the menu is every frame that you're moving while you are holding either left, right, R1, or L1, because you're moving, your fractions will increase, and because you're holding one of those buttons, your RNG position will also increment. Every frame. But it's only every 17th frame that that the game checks for a battle. And however, if you open a menu while you are moving, it won't increment your fractions for just that frame, but it will increment your RNG index. And your fractions is how it decides to do. When I said the battle check every 17 frames, that's because that's when your fractions roll over on the world map. So what that does is every time that you menu, it puts off the battle check for one more frame. Meaning if you're also holding R1 or left like I was, then that means that the battle check is going to occur on the next RNG spot. And so in that exact circumstance, what was happening was that the battle check that was about to occur was going to be a battle. And so, but since I menued, it offset it by 1, which was not a battle. However, if I had menued earlier, if I had menued too early, the battle check that had just occurred that was not a battle would have become a battle, which is why it was a 17 frame window. It had to be between those two battle checks. So I had to wait a while for that manip, so I'm really glad that it worked, because it took me so long to do that manip that I might as well have not done it, pretty much. So hopefully we'll be faster on the way back. Manipulating enemies in battle, as in like as in their behavior, or like what enemies you're getting in the fight. As far as manipulating enemy behavior, pretty much no hope. The reason being that the way that battle RNG is seeded is based on the global frame counter. As you're playing the game, at 60 FPS, every single frame, the game counts up. And when you get into a battle, it uses the current frame counter to disperse the 8 different RNG indices it uses. Like, basically, the RNG table is a static list of every number from 0 to 255, scrambled into a hard-coded order. And the way that the game does its RNG is, as the battle starts, it uses the global frame counter in order to decide the starting positions of a bunch of different bookmarks across that table. And then it cycles through those bookmarks and gives out what numbers each one is on as it needs random numbers. So, yeah, that means that manipulating enemy behavior At first, it's near impossible because it means that you have to start the fight frame perfect. It's even harder than that, though, because the game can only start a battle at 30 FPS, which means that depending on load times, you might be on the even frames and you might be on the odd frames. But like, if you need to, just taking a really simple example, if you need to start your battle on frame, 13, well, if your load times put you on the even numbers, then it might be that the game only was able to start a battle on frame 12 or 14. So that's the other thing. Okay, and then there's another aspect of it, which is the fact that once you're in a battle, the RNG moves every frame at, I think, 15 frames per second. But your ATB, embolism, thank you for the 14 months, thank you. And yeah, so a task can do it, and a task does do it. The task run is super cool. Everything's manipulated, it's really neat. But yeah, those are several of the reasons. There's also another thing, which is that you could be like, okay, what if we only manipulated no double lapis, right? So it's like maybe we find out that there's a window and you can get in there and let's just say you can always hit a certain window starting the carry armor fight. Even if that was possible, here's the problem. All of the level ups that have occurred throughout the game so far have been random also. And when the game fills ATB bars, the way that it works, this is once again, shout out to Terrence Ferguson, or I wouldn't know any of this shit. The game does a global ATB multiplier on everybody based on your party's average dexterity. And it works such that, like, if everybody on your team is mega fast, it globally slows down the ATB of everybody. If everybody on your team is mega slow, it globally speeds up the ATB gain of everybody in the fight. And kind of what that creates is it makes it so that, like, the speed of your ATB bars are less affected by your dexterity, and rather it sort of just makes the enemies take more or less time in order to get their turns. You know what I mean? Is really what it does. So, here's the problem, is if your party's dexterity is randomized, that means that multiplier can't be known. So even if you could start the fight on a specific frame, well then that ATB multiplier might change what frame the enemy actually gets their turn on, which will produce different RNG than what you're manipulating for. So that also happens, right? So what that means is if you were to do any manipulation, you basically have to manipulate everything. Which, yeah, is just completely human infeasible. But it makes the task run really cool. And then also, okay, here's the thing. Everything that I just told you is about the PlayStation version. The PC version works a little bit differently, and you actually can manipulate battle RNG on PC by changing your system clock, because it uses your system clock. And there is, when this was discovered, it was decided to have that be its own category, because it's too transformative to running the game on PC to have everybody be changing their system clock and manipulating everything all the time. So if you go on speedrun.com/FF7 and you go to the miscellaneous platform, you will find a subcategory called PC SCM. And that is where we do system clock manipulation. And if you're interested in that kind of thing, I would suggest checking out, little self-promotion here, my run, my hundo. I did a SCM hundo, 2859. Okay, we go at 56, 1 or 2. 56? 56? Oh, that's all I can think about. Alright. Oh no, we're way past 56. Okay, 1, 2, 5. 3, sir. 3. Okay, 2. Uh-oh. 23 and a half. 35. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 1, 2, 3 and a half. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I think right there is good. Nice. All right, we were successful on both of them. Very nice. Oop, that was bad. Bad movement. Okay, we got lucky. Nice. Very nice. Very happy with this. Excellent traversal. Now give me a fast spider web, please. Come on, bro. This did happen on my PB, so it could be worse. Just waiting for Kate to get unstuck here. Just building Cloud's limit here. Come on. There it is. Okay, pretty bad spiderweb steal. Very bad. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 1, 2, 3, 4 and a half. Using manipulate here, RJ suggested it half joking, but I was like, damn, that's actually a great idea. Yo, rocket science. Spiderweb is for Demon's Gate fight. Yep. It allows Cloud to get 3 attacks in per cycle instead of just 2. Nice, dude, that was a good segment. Except for the spiderweb steal was really bad, but the rest of it was good. Do, 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 do. Oh yeah, but to just briefly continue the conversation about SCM, that is also kind of why now you'll notice that when you watch PC runs, on the title screen, it says Speed Square is active, and then it gives a random RNG seed. Yeah, so Mav, community legend, made a tool that makes it so that instead of the game pulling from the system clock, it pulls from just this little mod he made called Speed Square. The mod also, the main purpose of it is it regulates the FPS of the game properly. But yeah, also he made it so that the game pulls its initial RNG from there instead of your system clock. Yeah, so that you don't have to change your system clock. if you want to do SCM, and then if you don't want to SCM, well, now we have an actual randomizer. Or, like, now it actually randomizes the seed instead of it being whatever your system time happens to be, which, you know, is just, I don't know, I like it. It's clean. It's clean to do it that way. Like, I don't think it would have ever happened where somebody would pre-plan out an SCM route that is for a date ahead of time, and then purposefully start a run at that time to try to, like, cheat good RNG. I don't think that would have actually happened, but hey, now it can't. 1, 2, 3, 3, 4, 5. I hope I didn't overwalk that. I got scared of... I was originally planning on running all the way to that treasure chest before taking the steps. I got scared, though, because you don't have a lot of room to take those steps, and so I decided to do it in a spot where, where I had to open the chest in the middle of my steps, which is very yucky feeling and probably bad. And yeah, that's exactly what would happen, Smurfton, right? Is that, like, even if you did plan it out all ahead of time, SCM runs are very complicated and hard to execute. Which is funny because that's the opposite of what Zergu was saying right now. I think it's pretty tough to execute them. It takes a lot of practice. And to someone who's used to... The thing about whether it's undetectable or not, the thing is, though, the thing is, if you are used to watching runs and then you watch someone doing SCM, it's very apparent that they're playing in a super unnatural way. Like, the God seed, where everything is great and looks natural, doesn't exist, you know? A cartoon of a guy pissing out a bullet and then farting out the spent shell. That's pretty funny. Yeah, I mean, I mean, Zoa, like, you haven't been watching long, but I bet if you watched my SCM run, you could look at the way that I do the battles and be like, this looks weird and different. This doesn't look normal. Okay. I shouldn't have buzzed down there. I should have R1'd. Yo, Fat Music. Oh, I was just talking to, I was just explaining it earlier. Long story short, nothing to do with this run. The PC version of the game, you can manipulate battle RNG by launching the game at a certain system clock time. And then, like, if you continue to play in a very specific way that you've pre-routed, you can keep battle RNG manipulated. And I have a hundo run that I did using it, that I'm pretty proud of. But yeah, you know, so it's interesting. The easiest way to find it is probably to go to, either my YouTube, find the run that it is PC 100% SCM world record. Part 1, because it has to be split into 2 parts on YouTube because it's still almost 15 hours long. 100% include Eris? You need to learn all of her limit breaks, yes. Oh yeah, for sure. If you are looking to understand nitty-gritty game mechanics, you are in the right place. My favorite thing to talk about while running this game is nitty-gritty details about how the game works. Didn't want to talk about it. If you could shoot bullets out of your dick, do you think that they would be more or less accurate when you had a boner? That's a terrible question. It's well, I don't know. It depends on if your boner curves, I guess. All right. Red Dragon time. We really want him to open by fire breathing Eris. That's what we want to see for the opener. Here we go. Yeah, you'd probably need to have a boner. I think you're right. Okay, start with Cloud then. That's a fine opener because I farmed the limit on the spiderweb fight. Dang. Alright, D-bag. Hit Cloud, hit Cloud, hit Cloud. Thank you! Nice. So, could have been a little bit faster, but he really only wasted one turn, so that was quite good. Hey, fight Materia. Okay, High Potion, Turbo Ether, Phoenix Down, Trank. Yes, splits are all correct. Yep. Remember when I was complaining about how the run was bad during the PB run? This is why. High Potion, Turbo Ether, Phoenix Down, Tranks. Now, I did get lid skip on the PB, so we'll see how that goes. All right, here we go. Carry armor, and I have a soft. Nice! Okay, hell of an opener. Now, is he rock dropping or doing cave in? Cave in, all right. Nice crit, asshole. Nice crit, asshole! Eris is dead because it powers up the Yoshiyuki. Cloud's weapon gains 100% damage for every KO'd party member. But if we KO'd both of our party members, then we couldn't wait trick. So it has to just be one. Right, no, she's dead because a rock fell on her head. Now we Molotov. Oops, I almost screwed up my order of operations there. Oh. Mia's messing with my cables. Okay. Oh, okay. Please don't crit. No more crits, please. Thank you. All right, he's dead. No problem. Mia, I need you to not be antsy. So dang, just barely didn't have enough damage. Whew, all right. Totally fine with that. I mean, it's a lot of cutscenes right now, so I mean, take your time on feeding. Oh. Oh. Okay. Whew. Okay, okay. La da da da. Where's Fuhuo to express his distaste for Kate Sith during this cutscene? What mods would anyone recommend? If you're asking me, none. I am a vanilla enjoyer. I am a play the game that came out in 1998 and try to put yourself mentally into the headspace of 1998. Pretend it's 1998 while you play it. You know what I mean? That's my style. Can I do gravity blasts like Dave McGraw? Not like Dave McGraw. I can, in fact, I can't do gravity blasts at all. I can do alt blasts. I can kind of do hammer blasts. Bomb blasts and diarrhea blasts, I have a lot less, I'm not quite there. I haven't even started on gravities, though. I don't, haven't even begun. But I've practiced alt blasts a lot, though. Or people also call them traditional blasts. But yeah, it's funny. I love listening to, like, cattle, you know? However, are there piss blasts? We could try to make it up. Oh, you know what, actually? I kind of forgot. I was practicing switch blasts for a little while. Doing, like, the Kevin Paradis method of switching on the upbeats. Which is pretty cool. It's a fun way to do hammer blasts, but you know, with fewer cymbal hits. And it keeps your hands like less tired. I didn't really stick to that practice regimen though. But yeah. Okay, I think my mashing is starting to get lazy here. Beck, thank you for the good luck. I'm coming for your spot, I hope. I hope! Yeah. Like this run, I think is actually a good run. The run from Monday that got 640, I think was a pretty bad run up until disc 2, and then I think the rest of the run was pretty good. So now this run is actually on pace, where I think it's a good run. So once I get to disc 2, though, I'm gonna have to try very hard to keep up, you know? I had a bad crater. Well, yeah. Besides the minute that we have at the very end, we got a minute to save at the very end. But like, Hojo was pretty good. Diamond Weapon was kind of bad, actually. I got the fight on the way to Cosmo Canyon, and I accidentally won that fight, so I had to watch the battle and the victory animation. And then Diamond Weapon itself took all 6 death blows, so like, Diamond wasn't great. At least he didn't kill Tifa, though. Yeah, I sent in a Tifa attack to try to, you know, get a faster escape, and then she just knocked its block off. All right, 12, 28, 44, 56. Hey, thank you, Mog. It feels very good to be running against something recent, you know? 15 circle presses a second is the optimal rate, yes. You want to be down a frame, up a frame, down a frame, up a frame at 30 FPS. Yeah, I mean, I'm not mashing 15 a second. That's just what's technically optimal. Okay, this is a big menu. Big menu. Order right away, equip. $12, 28, 44, 56. Oh, why is that down there? Okay, we can go at 12. All right, I got lid skip last time. Let's see if we get it again. Lid skip? Ah, nope. But I didn't have to wait for stone, so we still saved time. Oh, remember when I lost a bunch of steps here on the PB? Because why was my all materia in a different spot, by the way? That's kind of worrisome. That must just be where it always is. All right, all right. What? All right, 18 and a half. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18 and a half. Man, I have never gotten so many compliments on this shirt in one day. I'm glad to see it. Terracite. Nice. Okay. 18 steps. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. We're kind of mega ahead right now on steps. Okay, this menu is Tranks, Watering, Gygus Armlet, Power Wrist, enemy skill, cover, long range. Boom. Once again, I shouldn't do that. Watering, Gygus Armlet, Power Wrist. Telling back when To Serve Man was out, decent album, but the drumming was so mechanically the same throughout, and they got better after that. Yeah, so I got into them when the Anthropocene Extinction was their new album, and then that was the first thing I heard. And I've listened backwards through Karma Bloody Karma, but that's as far back as I've gone, really. I really like Harvest Floor. Karma Bloody Karma was like, that one, that's where I'm not as impressed anymore, going back. But Harvest Floor is fucking awesome. So as far as worrying about being ahead, what can happen is if you go into a room where danger incrementation is higher than other rooms, and you got there too early on the step route, it makes it so that more of the steps preceding, a potential battle happened on high danger. Which can give you a battle that you're not expecting. But, and Sileth also, hello, welcome on in. Welcome. Great to see you. I don't think that we're worried about that happening here. The run is going very well. I'm quite pleased with it so far. Hopefully the Genova fight continues that pattern. So this fight, Midgar, Death Sentence, Molotov Self, into Cross Slash, Molotov, Advanced Weight Trick, a Death Blow. Unless she Aqualungs. If she Aqualungs, it's Midgar, Phoenix down. If she doesn't kill, Sid, then it's Phoenix down, Tifa, Midgar. When Tifa's ATB fills, then Cross Slash, then Hold Circle, then Death Sentence, Advanced Weight Trick, Death Blow. I think that's what the backup is. Hopefully we don't have to do it, though. But yeah, welcome on in. We've got a pretty darn good run going here. I only recently came back to this category, and particularly on non-turbo, so I deleted all my golds, which is why we have a lot of golds. Yeah. How many people have said that I look like Michael Ackerfeld? 0. But thank you. He's a handsome guy. Normally, so what people used to always tell me is I look like Jack Black. And I'm not sure why that stopped happening. I was thinking that it's because I used to have my camera straight on. I used to look straight into the camera while I streamed, because it was in front of me rather than to the side. And I wonder if that's the difference. I wonder if that's why no one says Jack Black anymore. Or if it's because he grew a big, crazy gray beard, and now people think of him as having a big, crazy gray beard. Alright, please no Aqualung. Nice. Big guard. Death sentence. Boom. 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 There it is, folks. All right, I am going to take my first bathroom break finally. Oh, all right, all right. And yeah, I think most of the Jack Black thing was because of facial expressions and eyebrow movements. But I never really agreed. I agree with you. All right. It's disc 2 time, baby. This is where my run from Monday, which is the PB we're running against, got pretty good. So, yeah. Okay, remember to use Tifa's power source. Oh, yeah, that also happened, Kino. Right. I forgot about that. All right, here we go. Oh, my gosh. I forgot about the yes-no. I was ready to open. The tech is left hand on the PlayStation, ready to press the eject because it's on the left side of the disc lid. Right hand grabbing the disc. Then, once the disc lid is open, left hand pulls out the old disc, right hand puts in the new one. Then, right hand closes the disc lid. while your left hand puts the disc back. That's the tech. This is non-turbo. That's right, Makire. I did get a PB on Monday, so now we're like actually on a good run here. Yeah, I mean, nobody has talked about having it be lidless. I don't know if that would work. Because, like, how would you tell the system to... The system needs to see the disk tray open and close to know when to try to read again. So your mod would have to account for that. Wow, this is like a... I'll just do 9, and then 41... Okay, 19... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Shoot, I wasn't really looking in the right spot here for a manip. There's one at 42, it's a hold in 3. There was one at 34 that I missed, unfortunately. Okay, 1, 2, 3. And now it's Force Healer, Wizard Bracelet, Fire Ring, Bolt, Armlet, Comet, and then we want to use a Tent, Power Source Tifa. Oh yeah, Kuma. The abuse. The console abuse. I've always been taught that you do not jam your disc lid closed. Okay, I think I might have done this trick really poorly on the PB also, so hopefully... Yeah, you stick something in, but what I'm saying is if you had to... Oh my god, stop! What I'm saying is you would have to unstick the thing and then re-stick it to get the system to try to read the disc again. Oh, fuck. Okay, I didn't screw that up as badly as last time. Except for if you add in also reading the map, yeah, this was bad again. Oops, I think I bumped him. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2. Okay. But yeah, so as far as the lidless PS2 question, it's one of those questions that, like, I don't even want to think about it. I don't even want to think about having to, like, make a ruling on something like that. Because it's like, I would prefer to say that systems can't be modified, but then it's like, well, what if somebody replaced their disc read laser? You know, is that a modification? Now you want to play PlayStation? That's my favorite thing to hear. Inspiring people to play original, old, retro shit. It's my favorite thing to hear. Oh, sorry, you said SSX. Sorry, I'm glancing. I'm glancing at chat because I'm also snowboarding, and I thought you said PSX, like you want to play some PlayStation. SSX, though, I mean, that's also acceptable. I'm doing the glance. Hang on, no glancing at this part. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Mia, this is pretty bad timing for you to want to get back on the chair. Okay, yeah, you just do whatever you want, okay? All right, we have a bonkless. Imagine Mia pressing the reset button. There was a time, I think it was during a 100% run, where I was doing a hundo, and Mia stepped, she turned off the power strip that my router was plugged into. So, that happened once. And yo, Katumbas. The watch streak. I don't see those very often. You know what's funny? When watch streaks first came out, I turned them off on the channel. And then recently I decided, maybe I'll turn those back on. But now I can't find the setting anywhere. We were definitely far enough ahead to make that. Okay. Oh, for some reason I didn't remember Cloud running back like that, and I freaked out. Are you kidding me? Holy shit, that's early. That's unlucky and extremely early. Damn, dude, what? Trash, I got robbed. I think I got a fight here on the other, on the PB as well. But still. Okay, we didn't get 2. That's the thing. We got that encounter at a time where it was possible then for us to get 2. 2 encounters in that area is like legendary bad luck. Because if you don't know, that part is technically world map, so it's not part of the step route, meaning we're not avoiding battles right there. And, yeah. You could manip it with in-game time, however, because of the way that the camera spins, you can't necessarily keep the manip up. Maybe I could research that more, though. The thing is, though, it's so unlucky to get a fight anyway that, like, manipping it would most of the time just lose you time. Unless you could manip not having to leave and come back. Is the spin not linked to... that's a good question. That's a really good question. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. These are very good questions that I can't think about right now. Wow, I'm super ahead. Okay. That's really good. I think the spins are different every time, aren't they? Which means that they might be using world map RNG. So really the question is, does your timing of closing the text boxes at the start affect it? Because that would kind of be a determining factor. 1, 2, 3. Oh yeah, Jay, it's got a ribbon in it and everything. Okay, 16 steps. After the fight. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. I'm actually going to be able to see Cloud on the other side of this mountain before the fight, aren't I? Nope, not quite. One, 2, 3, 4.5. Yeah, oh yeah, I've tested that one a bunch. As far as that particular run or walk. Geiger sign, firing, fire armlet ribbon, store all, added cut, elemental Shiva, Phoenix down, Trank. Nice. No! I didn't think Tifa was coming up first there. Ah, jeez. Oh my god, that gave him so many turns. Oh, that's so frustrating. All 4 of them got turns. That was supposed to be Sid first. Fucking Tifa. This one too. Oh no, there we go. Oh, there we go. Jeez. That one we had targeting problems. Still wasn't that bad though. Many things make this segment impossible to save time on. I might be saving time on this one though. I don't know though. We got that fight. Not having to say or heal here is nice though. Okay, one more good Sid. Let's go. Whoop. Stop. Okay. We're saving time. Nice. Whoa. Ba 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 da ba ba ba. Anthrodork, thank you for subscribing. All right, 6.5 steps after this fight. Regular schedule for FF7? So generally, my stream schedule is, Monday, Tuesday, Thursday evenings, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.5, and then those are the days where I like to start with FF7. Sarah, thank you for the good luck. So that's the idea, right? Monday, Tuesday, Thursday. I get off work at 4 Central, but usually the stream doesn't start until like 20 minutes after. Yeah, great to hear. All right. Here's where we are no longer ahead anymore, because we gotta force this encounter. And yeah, I appreciate that hugely, Anthrodork. It's yeah. Awesome to have you. And yeah, I couldn't be happier about the hands being better. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.5. Okay, this is Tent Me, Materia Me. Sometimes I accidentally go over to Sid there, and it's like, well, I guess I might as well clear him while I'm there. I've always loved this shot, the green glow in the way. All right, here we go. Hopefully Schizo's good. We had a weirdly good Schizo on the PB. It was weirdly good because Head 1 was bad and Head 2 was really good. Not Tifa, please. Thank you. I don't know if I agree that I'm the most chill guy. I don't know. Maybe I am. I feel like I yell a lot. And generally talk loudly. Okay, highlight Death Blow. And then let's Cloud's ATB refill. Okay. And now, please not Tifa. Bro, why? Okay, it was a miss. Okay, another miss. Shoot. Please hit this. Okay. I have not had a good schizo fight in so long. Whoop. Screwed that up. Thank you. Nice. Okay, if she hits this, it'll be just like last run. Oh my god, we had the exact same schizo fight as last time. That's hilarious. That's funny, dude. Okay, okay. I'm happy. Whew. Okay, I was nervous, man. Little nervous on that one. Yeah. She's just gonna spend some time sunbathing now while we go through Whirlwind Maze. All right. But P-Town and I are often neck and neck in speedrunning. That's kind of funny to hear, because most of the time I run console and he doesn't run console. But on PC, we had a little bit of a history on PC where I beat his hundo run by over an hour. And then he accused me of cheating. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And then after he actually watched my run and then took a bunch of notes, he then PB'd by like 45 minutes or something. So his run is still like 20 minutes behind mine, but that was just a funny series of events to happen. A legit accusation? I mean, it wasn't I mean, it was a bunch of bullshit. Oh, I mean, no need to apologize. It was kind of a funny series of events to happen. But yeah. I mean, so the accusation was just in his Discord. It wasn't legit as in like I don't think he went to the mods or anything like that. I think it was just like he was just venting in his own Discord, and then it came around to me, you know, of course. But yeah, we don't need to get into all the other kind of stuff. It was just, but that was just a funny thing. All right, 1, 2, 3, 4. All right. That's right. How much am I getting? The morale cat buff here? All right. There we go. All friendly competition at the end of the day. That's what I think, for sure. Okay, I gotta remember the new menu thing here. All right, so here we go. We're gonna go type, high potion, Phoenix down, Materia, like that. All right. There we go, there we go. It went a little beyond friendly competition, though. I mean, some other things got around to me of him being very, very pissy with personal attacks and shit. But it's been a while. I mean, maybe he's chilled out. It sounds like he must have chilled out, which is nice. 'Cause I haven't heard anything recently. But there was a while, particularly when I got the PC records, where it was like, I kept having things passed on to me that are like, ugh. Okay, let's see if we can do the Kuma here. I'm gonna try to not screw it up this time. Okay. I don't know if I got that in time, but we'll see. Nice! I didn't need to death blow, but, you know, I did because I forgot what to do. One. Ah! Two. I bled ATB there. Three. Four. Boom. Finally a good Genova fight, dude. That was excellent. Woo. Yeah, wait a second. Kumar, are you saying that that's the first time that you've seen it actually hit in a run? I don't use an auto splitter. I have a foot pedal. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 and a half. I already did the thing. There we go. Live Split asks you if you want to save your splits every run or every time that you close it or whatever, or when there's a change. So if you say yes, then it'll save your golds. Even if you have a run die, you know, it'll save your golds. It just won't save your new PB. And yeah, I originally got the foot pedal because the first game that I speedran was Super Mario Bros. And it's a lot more necessary for that game. Not even though. Well, I mean, it kind of is for like the start and the end split. Yeah, SMB1, I ran Warpless. But, oh, someone asked, have I considered running any other Final Fantasies? If I was to learn another Final Fantasy speedrun right now, it would be 13. I think that speedrun looks really fun. You can do Retro Swan now. Swan Station, Retro Art Core, whatever it's called, Zergu. We do need to reform the load times though. Apparently instant seek speed plus normal read speed is the ticket. That's what I'm hearing. I hear those are the god settings for fast load times, no crashes. You would have figured 8? I mean, 8 is interesting also. My issue with learning 8 or 9 is that they're both longer than 7, and I barely have time to run 7, you know? Like, if I start my stream right when I am done with work, and then I don't do any resets, the run is over at like 11 to 11:30 p.m. And then I gotta go to bed for work the next day, you know? So I'll tell you, outside of Final Fantasy, if I was to learn another RPG speedrun right now, it would be Mario RPG, which I actually started learning a long time ago. And I got the turbo controller for it and stuff, but I haven't actually gone through the whole thing. But the OG, I think I would do. But the thing about that game is that, yeah, like that Mario RPG. And that run is only like 3.5 hours, you know, so that would be a much shorter run, which would be nice. I have wanted to learn Mario 64. That seems like a really fun speedrun, just because I love Mario 64, and so it would be really cool to like get really good at the movement. You know what I mean? Yeah, Legend of Dragoon is awesome, just as a game. I would definitely run 120 star, yeah. I mean, I like speedruns where you do the majority of the game, you know? Because 120 stars doesn't have any, like, BLJs and stuff, right? And it's not that I don't want to learn BLJs, it's that I like the idea of running a category that doesn't use them. 120 has a lot? Oh. What? Really? It's 70 star that doesn't have them, huh? Interesting. Well, maybe I'd learn 70 star then. This is the part where mash fatigue starts to really set in. Yeah, backwards long jump, it's where you can build up a ton of speed and shoot across the map, and yeah, like if you keep on bouncing your long jumps while holding back, you start to lose speed, then your speed starts to go negative and you start to go backwards, and they didn't cap the speed backward, they only capped it forward, so you can then like jam yourself into a spot that lets you like mash, or if you're going upstairs, you'll keep hitting the next step, which allows you to hit A again, and then you can build up a bunch of negative speed and like either shoot through a wall or across the map, or most famously, you can get up the infinite staircase without 70 stars by doing it. It's funny, back when I was like 16, I actually learned BLJ and MIPS clip. And I would 16 star the game like all the time. I didn't know what a speed run was. I had no concept of like, let's beat my time or anything like that. I just thought it was really cool that I could beat the game in 2 hours, because it still took me 2 hours because I was bad at the game and I was a kid and I didn't really know how to do the tricks very well and stuff, but still, it was just like, as a casual player, just learning those 2 tricks and using them to 16 star the game. That was just something I did all the time. Yeah, what made me want to run this game, I mean, yeah, it's always been a favorite game of mine, and I used to watch speedruns of it all the time because I like to have the soundtrack on, you know? So, because of the soundtrack, it's always just been a really nice game to have on the side. So I would watch speedruns of it all the time for that reason. And then, a few years ago, I used to work contract to contract, and, a few years ago, like I had a very long-term contract end, and I thought, you know what, I'm gonna full-time stream for a while, and that meant that I had time to actually learn to speedrun this game, so I did, and that's what got me into it, and that's what got me the time, was basically taking a long vacation from work. If Kuma wants mod again on SRC, I would, I mean, yeah, we would all be all for it. I mean, it's up to him whether he wants it. I don't even want to put him into the position to have to say no, though, if he doesn't want it. You know what I mean? But as far as I'm concerned, he's absolutely welcome back. SRC is just short for speedrun.com. Stepped down because people were bitching at him? Yeah. I mean, that was part of the P-Town drama. And that's why I was saying earlier, too, that, like, it's good to know that people who are watching him don't even know about, like, the whole drama thing, because that tells me that he's chilled out about it. Because, like, my most recent experience with him was before he was banned on SRC, the last time that he submitted a run. Just had this whole rant in it, this whole just 10 minute rant about how me and Zeal are the most toxic moderators. We have the most toxic communities. Something or another about that. And it's just like, man, is this what every run is like? I don't know. I only see the ones that I have to verify. But yeah. Oh, man. So this run, I'm quite happy with. Quite happy with the time so far. Toxic, loud, and obnoxious. Remember that Crazy Town song? I wish I remembered more of the words. We got that rock your block shit, I think is another line. Toxic, loud, obnoxious, you rock shit, bastard, you talk shit. I have to admit to you guys, I had a friend who bought their CD. I think it was called like Gift of the Game or something like that. It's the one that had Butterfly on it, and it had man. I tell you, we loved that song. Back in that time. Submitted two same 626 no slots turbo and non-turbo. Like, oh, that like you submitted the same run to both boards? I mean, here's the problem with turbo versus non-turbo on separate boards, is that if you run a non-turbo board, you're absolutely allowed to submit it to turbo. Nobody does that, but you're totally allowed to do it. Which is why I'm so insistent that the no turbo, or that the turbo board should inherit the no turbo times. Like, as just like a status thing, you know? It was different runs, even. Funny. Yeah, oh yeah, Feck is a phenomenal runner of this game. And he runs all over the place. PlayStation console, digital, PC. Chasing the 626 and nowhere near. Yeah. Them being one board is always a way to stir up some shit. But look, I mean, it would be filterable. That's what I say, right? You could filter it. And what if it was like, let me just ask you the ideal question, right? This isn't a possibility on speedrun.com right now, but what if it was, okay? Hear me out here. What if turbo and non-turbo were on the same board, but there was a column for whether you use turbo or not, and you could filter down to just turbo or everything. And here's the kicker, it would by default load in with a no turbo filter. By default. So you would have to turn the no turbo filter off if you want to see the turbo runs. What if that's how it was? I feel like that's ideal, but it's not a possibility on the site. I submitted a support ticket about this forever ago that like that should be a thing. And they like, I don't know, they put some kind of comment on it that was basically like accepting the ticket or something, but then they never got back to me. I should follow up about it. Explain a turbo controller like your 5. It's a turbo it's a controller that's able to do a macro that just mashes a button. So like instead of having to do this to mash circle all day, I could just hold it and it would act as if it was being mashed, right? If a runner has a faster turbo time than non-turbo, that's why you wouldn't combine them. So here's the thing, Cloud Carry, is you can have both. So what would happen is, like, let's talk about that example. As it stands right now on SRC, what would happen if you combine the boards is that whichever is faster would be the one that's showed by default. But let's say that their turbo time is faster and you filtered to non-turbo, then it would show their non-turbo time. And so then that also means if we're doing, like, if we're talking about the hypothetical where what if you could have the turbo be there by default, then that would just happen by default. And, like, these kinds of things are on the board right now, as in, like, you can, for example, you can have a PB for every different... When you put the show turbo, it would overwrite their no turbo if it's faster. Yeah. But as far as on their end and their PBs go, like, they're both PBs. But because they have a different set of what do you call these? Extensible attributes? Attributes? Because they have a different set of attributes, right? They can both be on top. But yeah, I mean, that's what everybody says is, okay, so if you combine the boards, then everyone has to play turbo. That's why I would want it to just show non-turbo by default. Which is what it does right now, it's just that if you go to the turbo board, it gives you some bullshit. Like, Dash Retro has the #1 turbo time, even though 3 people have a time better than me that are non-turbo. So it should be #4. We're talking about a turbo controller, not speeding up the game. We're talking about just a auto mash. So that we don't have to sit here and mash through all these text boxes all the time, mostly. Alright. Is this run gonna continue to be good? Let's find out. Yeah, SMRPG has a combined board. So does Final Fantasy IX. So whether or not turbo controllers are available for PS1, that's one of the pain points, is that there are turbo controllers for PS1. They're not as good as Sony controllers, though. And they're also, like, a little bit... Well, I don't know how many of them there are out there, you know. But yeah, I did. So because I don't like the third-party controllers, I ended up designing my own mod for a regular controller, technically for an analog controller, to add turbo to it. So that's what I run on when I do turbo. Still hunting for a good copy of 7. If you're planning on speedrunning the game, then you'll need to find a certain printing of it. We have a spreadsheet for you. But there are certain printings of the game that load slightly faster. This is not a ploy to sell Dr. Mashos because I've already got like 10 people on a wait list that I haven't gotten to because I have been too busy to make them. I always do that. I sit there and double thumb mash that until the text box comes up. And then I don't even mash it. No, there's not different categories. You just get the best you just get the best disc. Similarly to, we don't split off categories between, like, whether it was played on a PS1 or a PS2. Now, you can filter for that, though. As long as people were correct in their, Oh, I thought I might have gotten it. But yeah, the thing about the disc print thing is, we all need super discs or we lose time. It only matters if you're going for a world record, really. It saves, and we estimate it saves like 2 minutes over the course of the run. The code is around the inner ring, and if it's a greatest hits disc, it is visible. If it's a black label disc, you have to shine a light through the sticker to be able to see it. However, no black label discs that we know of are fast. So, it doesn't really matter that you can't see them easily. Nice. Good escape. It can be a mix, unfortunately, Makire. There are, I mean, first of all, you also never know what people have done with used copies that they're selling, whether or not they've mixed and matched copies to try to get, like, a good condition one or something like that. But yeah, like, definitely, when you're looking on eBay, you'll find runs where, like, disc 1 and 2 are fast, but not 3. You do have to consider, though, that, disc 3 almost doesn't matter because we spend so little time on it. Disc 1 matters the most, right? Disc 2 matters a lot. Disc 3 almost doesn't matter. Whoa! Link! Thank you. For the 45 months. Thank you, buddy. How you doing? Does the difference, is it enough of a difference to matter? Yeah, I think it saves like 2 minutes over the course of the run. So it matters if you're going for a world record, basically. And yeah, at that point it matters quite a bit. So I should go back on what I said in order to start this entire conversation, which is if you're just looking to start running the game, then you don't need to worry about it, as long as you don't care about having to buy another copy once you're, you know, once you're serious. Hello. How do we know that they're not running burned copies? I suppose we don't, you know. That's one of those things, right? Where it's like, how would you know? Now, if their burned copies somehow got them even better load times, and then it was found out, like, hey, your load times are really good, can we see your discs? Because, not because even we're suspicious, there would be some suspicion, but it would be like, we would like to know, how to get these load times that you have. Because that's originally what happened, was that I got a run that was, like, close to Zeal's PB at the time, and so I downloaded Zeal's PB and mine, and I put them side by side and started, like, frame comparing certain stuff, and I noticed that all of his load times were like 5 frames faster than mine. And so we asked Zeal about it, and he was like, oh shit, I don't know, I replaced the laser in the PS2 recently. And we were like, okay, so I replaced my laser, didn't make a difference. And I also got, like, the same model PS2 that he has, which also didn't make a difference. And, like, we were trying a bunch of stuff to try to figure it out. And then at some point, I was just like, man, it's gotta be the discs. Oh yeah, because Caleb also had good load times. And then he changed consoles and still had good load times. So it was like, man, it's gotta be the discs, right? And so I just started examining the discs very closely. I was looking at the model number, and I don't even remember how I figured it out, but it was just like asking everybody what their codes were, and noticing that, at the time, the data was, I think it was that all the fast discs we knew of had H in the name, while the rest of them had G's. That turned out to not be entirely consistent in the end, but, like, noticing that was, like, the thread that was, like, it's the discs, and we can tell by the code. So now we just gotta compile every code that we can find, test the load times on it, and put it on the spreadsheet. Whoop. So at that point, it became a big community effort to put together the info from everyone's copy. Oh, I thought it was that one. Oh yeah, and right, so, the Mechapone takes ages to load disk changes. I heard that the reason for that, it has to do with the region that it's emulating, and that you can fix that. I don't really know all the details, Katumbas, because I don't have a Mechapone system. But, But that is what I've heard, is that you can fix that problem. I just slow down a little bit there. And yeah, burn discs, I mean, they're allowed. If they were found to give you some kind of advantage, I think, that idea would be revisited. But as far as I know, they have not been found to give an advantage. In fact, they might give a disadvantage because they don't have the Sonic property to them. As in, like, I believe Luzbel used to run on a burned copy, but then when the Sonic Disc thing was discovered, now he runs on legit. I don't know if that's true, though. I just think I remember hearing that. But yeah, as far as, someone asked why don't I run on burned discs? Because, I don't have a modded system, and I don't feel like modding a system, and then, yeah, I don't want to bother researching how to replicate Sonic discs, because then you would also probably unlock how to then tune it even further, you know, and then, yeah, and then, and yeah, I just like the legitimacy of original copy, you know, nothing's modded, you know. If I'm running turbo, I use a modded controller to add turbo, but otherwise, nothing modded. There's my boy, by the way. A PSX file? Is that, I mean, is that like a new Photoshop file, is my guess? And yeah, I mean, if all, oh, it was a video. If all discs died, then we'd be having a very different conversation. Oh yeah, running CSR on console would be neat. Whew. Oh my god, I just remembered something, but it's, fuck. Now it's reopening a can of worms that we already got past. Is the preferred console the Slim 90K? I think as long as you got 75, 77, 79, or 90K, I think that the load times are all very similar on all of those. I'm not positive, but that's like as far as has been tested. So different people will swear by different things. I think Zeal runs on a 77K. I'm not positive about that, but I think that's the case. I run on a 90K because I like the built-in power supply. Digital load times are interesting because you can emulate different read speeds, and that's something that we're trying to tune. We're trying to dial into what's right, because we had a problem before where the load times that we decided on would crash the game when you tried to fight Ultimate Weapon. So then we changed them, and I think people aren't super happy with them now, and it might also still crash. So we're kind of working on it. Wizard bracelet, curse ring, ribbon, pop over here, boom, boom. Ah, that one. You go down, not up. Okay. History of FF7 runs? Yeah, Abisoft did one. Yeah, I wasn't the biggest fan of it, mostly just because I thought that it focused too much. Like, so my thing about his video, I mean, you can just watch it, right? And I'm sure you'd get enjoyment out of it and probably learn something. I just felt like it focused a little bit too much on when new skips were discovered and not enough on like when someone just had like a banging ass run, you know? Like a new record that was just a super, super good run that broke the old record, you know? Rather, it was always like, then this skip was discovered, and so this free world record happened. Kinda, you know what I mean? And both of those things happen, right? And both of those things should be talked about. Banging ass runs? We'll check this out. Boom. HD remaster load times are basically instantaneous, just like the PC version. Nice. Oh no, oh no, oh, I ruined the run, oh no. Fuck, I fucked it up. Okay, remember to go into A to be active here. Don't want to get lose-belled. Oh god, my muscle memory. Did I not do config already? Oops. I should do that first. Okay. Yeah, I was really surprised about the disc thing. Like, that was a very interesting discovery. One of my better contributions to the game's overall run. All right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I mean, emulators are technically very fair, I think, Mog. Yes. Like ideally. But I just hate playing on emulator. because it doesn't feel right. There's a little bit of delay, you know? Particularly in the audio. Like, I find menuing to be very hard on emulator because the audio is delayed. But who knows, maybe I can use my fucking interface to fix that. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 and a half. As far as step count, actually I have to do a little bit extra because I'm more ahead than I'm used to. Steps are pretty easy to remember. You mostly just remember how many steps to take after which battles. And once you've ran the game enough, you just kind of have it memorized, you know? Ooh, that was... I should have spun a circle there. Yeah. Time still very good. Very good. I did have a really good train segment on my PB though, so we'll see if this is we'll see if I'm able to save time over it. Yeah, world record is 6:31. So I got a long way to go for that. This run is currently on pace for maybe number 4 or maybe like 4 or 5. If you include, if it's a given that I'm gonna save a minute at the end of Northern Crater, we're currently on pace for number 4. Red Dragon was good. He did 1 attack on Kate. Other than that, it was good. Bios, yeah, we got first try on Bottomswell and Palmer. I think it was second try on MK. And then MK was a 99 roll. Oh, I screwed it up at the very end. What's funny, so Schizo, I had the same exact Schizo as PB, which was all 3 death blows missed on head 1, but then the final death blow that you do hit, and then both death blows on, both death blows on head 2 hit. Nice. That was really good ATB to get that early Kate turn. So now we can just triple Laser Comet. And Big Guard was his only turn. Assuming that this kills. Otherwise we have to Molotov here. Oh, we have to Molotov, so he does get a turn. Shoot. The big Guard did get me. He was quick though. All right. Laser, laser, magic breath. No slots means that we are not allowed to use Kate Sith's level 2 limit break called slots. The reason being that it can one-shot every enemy in the game, including any boss. So, like, without that rule, the fastest way to beat the game is to farm kills with Kate Sith until he learns slots, and then slots every boss. Nice. That was a really good train segment. Yeah, my PB's train segment was really good also, so I'm just glad to not have lost time there. I'm starting to get nervous, actually. This is like, it is now time to start getting nervous because the run is continuing to go really well. You know, I don't get attached to a run too early. I try not to get attached to a run too early. Now I'm starting to get attached. So let's not get too nervous before we have to do a single frame input here. We're chill. You know I'm getting nervous and I'm getting attached to the run when I start doing that. I know, we haven't even seen carry armor yet. Don't get attached. That's what I actually like about Lifestream. I unironically like this about this portion of the game, is that it's a really nice breather to mentally prepare for the rest of the run. Favorite to casually play? I haven't, I mean, I think that that's something that is wishy-washy. Well, okay, let me answer it this way. Because I don't really just, I don't play them casually often anymore because I've already played them. Basically, I played through all of them once, like original versions of all of them. In order, right? 1 through 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 10, 2, 12, 13, and I stopped at 13 too. My favorite, besides 7, my favorite I think was 3 on regular Nintendo. I feel like, Sid's health is kind of low here. I'm gonna heal him. I don't trust. 636, I don't trust. He would have barely survived. I didn't trust. I wonder if you have to do that. Like if it's possible for that to kill him. I loved 10. 10 was funny because I sort of expected it to be the first one that I wasn't going to like. Just because I had this idea. When I started the series, I had this idea that I liked old Final Fantasy and didn't like new Final Fantasy. And 10 was the first new Final Fantasy. That was the idea I had in my head, right? And so I went into 10 expecting to just make fun of it, you know? and just be like, oh, listen to the dumb voice acting, look at the characters' silly outfits, you know, and like that kind of thing. But it really got its hooks in me. I mean, firstly, the battle system, dude. The turn-based battle system with the tag team combat, where you can tag in any character on any character's turn and then use them right away. Oh man, that's a good battle system that more games need to use. And then the sphere grid was really cool. And then as the game went on, I started to get attached to the story also. Like, it was funny at first, it was cringy at first, you know? We were all laughing and having a good time, but underneath the surface, the game was building something really cool, you know? And then ultimately, like, at some point you just kind of realize, like, hang on, I think I'm actually, like, attached to the characters, and I think I'm into the story that's happening here, you know? So yeah, I ended up really loving 10. I would say, in the end, my top Final Fantasies were 7's a given, but 3, 5, 10, 12, and 13. It turned out that I actually really liked the 10, 12, 13 run of the games. Those are all really fucking good. But 3 and 5 are my top dogs, though, because I love the old school games. I love the job system. Man, the job system's good. Yeah, I didn't get to 15. I may have to try out 15 at some point. No, I mean Japanese 3, Doiran. I play on the regular Nintendo. I played a fan translation of it. I don't hate 6. I just think it was like middle of the road. 6 was just really good, you know? 6 was, unfortunately, it's among the competition of all of like the best Final Fantasies, right? And so it's only really good. All right, here we go. And yeah, 13 was actually, I also went into 13 with like a similar snark, which is like, I did play a little bit of 13 when it was brand new, and at the time, I hated it. I was really not into it. It was not what I wanted. And it wasn't even that I wanted Final Fantasy, or like classic style Final Fantasy, because I hadn't really played classic Final Fantasy at that point, you know? So I just thought it was stupid, you know? And so then when we started up 13 on stream, it was supposed to be a big joke, you know? It was supposed to be like, let's pop this game in, remember why we all hate it, let's all throw our tomatoes and shit talk it for a little bit, and then we'll be done. But then it was just awesome. It was like, as an adult, I really appreciated the way that it was, written, you know? The way that the characters, since the characters are talking about stuff you have no clue what it means until later. See, I really like that. I love the realistic dialogue where the characters are talking about things that you don't know what they are, but it's immersive because they wouldn't be explaining these things to each other in a clunky way. But here's where it gets really good for exposition, is that, like, remember after they all have the Ragnarok dream, right? This is just an example. This is a perfect example of how good 13's writing is. After they all have the Ragnarok dream, what happens? They all have a different interpretation of it, and then they all argue about what they should do. And this is so good because A, it introduces you to all the characters. All of the different characters interpretation of the Ragnarok dream says a lot about them as a character. On top of that, we see a lot of party dynamics as far as like which characters are leaders versus which characters are kind of just complainers, you know, and that kind of thing. You know, you really see like lightning and snow are the two that butt heads the hardest right away because those are the two characters that want to lead. You know what I mean? Another thing is that the fact that they have the different interpretations means that they argue about their interpretations, which is the perfect way to have a bunch of natural exposition. At that point, they do kind of explain what a l'Cie is, what a fallacy is, what a focus is. You know, all of this stuff now gets explained to the player in an extremely non-clunky way because because the characters are explaining it to each other because they're arguing, you know, which means that they're like asserting their viewpoint. Right? And that kind of just really smart writing is throughout the entire game. That's how the whole game is written. And as a kid, as a dumb teenager, right? It came out when I was, I don't know, 18. As a dumb teenager, I just did not appreciate any of this, you know? But like when I went back and played it as an adult, it's like, oh shit, this is actually like the best written Final Fantasy. Except maybe 7. So, anyway, sorry, there's the 13 spiel. 13 is really good. It was one of my favorites. Also, the gameplay was really fun. Like the battle system, I think, like the paradigm shifts of the battle system and stuff. Oh, such a fun system, you know. Hello. Oh, hello. Oh, I screwed up my trick on the D-pad. Yeah, and the linearity was needed for the way that they tell the story. You know what other game is linear? Final Fantasy X. And both games do it well, you know? In Final Fantasy X, you don't really notice how linear it is because you're on a pilgrimage, you know? It's like you are this group of characters, you are on this pilgrimage, and so it makes sense that you're not just like exploring an open world. It makes sense that you're on a path, right? And then in 13, it makes sense just because, I mean, if I remember right, it makes sense because it was just really nice for them to be able to split the characters off the way that they did. Make it so that now you play as Lightning and Hope, then you play as Zaz and Vanille, then you play as Snow, right? And I think that them giving all of those different character development moments just wouldn't have worked if the game were more open. I think openness versus linearity has almost zero effect on a game's quality, and what matters is whether or not the designers know what they're doing. And honestly, I kind of lean the opposite direction, where when a game is open, I think an open world game is harder to design properly. This is me just talking out of my ass. I'm not a game designer, but just what I've witnessed as a player is that it seems like open worlds are difficult to design well, in a way where if a game is going to be open world, I think that that's worrisome, and I think that it's a lot harder for the team to nail that and make it a good open world, you know? What's really great, like great example of open world would be like Dragon Quest games. Dragon Quest games are super open, where it's like once you get the boat, it's just like, all right, they've made 30 different things around the world to find, you know? Some of them are equipment, some of it advances the story, some are just side quests, and you just explore around and you find it all, and I love that, and they do it so well. But again, that wouldn't work if it was done like Final Fantasy 13, or like if they were trying to tell a story like that. Actually, I have a perfect example. Dragon Quest IV. The original Dragon Quest IV starts out with you starting out at level 1 as one character and you play a chapter. Then you start out as level 1 as another character, and you play through a chapter. And you go through like 5 different origin stories of different characters. Then the characters all meet up, and then it's open world. And that's like super similar to 13. The way that you have all of these separate, these individual character stories. And then when you get to Grand Pulse, now it's like more open. And then it closes off again, but at that point it's fine because we're all traveling together and it feels like Final Fantasy X at that point, where it's like we all have the same goal. You know? And I by the way, I love, someone mentioned earlier, you know, the FF13 characters aren't friends. And I really like that as well, you know? The way that, it's like the characters have to, it's like circumstance that brings them together. They have to work together, but like, you know, they have internal conflict, which is interesting. But yeah, hopefully all that made sense, you know? Anyway, the point of all this is to say 13 was one of my favorites. Loved 12 also. 12, pretty opposite. 12 was extremely open and very similar to like a Dragon Quest. You know, once you kind of had the whole map open and you like wanted to do the hunts and stuff, dude, 12 was like, it was so fun to find all of the secrets, you know? Man, there were so many just like hidden side quests. So much like 12 is the kind of game that you load up and you just say, what kind of adventure am I gonna find today, you know? We're just gonna have an adventure today. Let's run around and find shit, you know? And I really loved that. My playthrough of FF12, I think, is the longest playthrough I've ever done on Twitch. It was over 200 hours. Now, that is because I did spend, like, 30 hours on that fucking waterfall puzzle in and out of it, but we don't have to talk about that. We can just say it was 150 hours. Oh, all right. We're calming down. We're ready for the rest of the run. My first PS1 games, great question. I remember both of them. They were Twisted Metal 1 and Test Drive Off-Road, which was a racing game. And it was not very good, but as a kid, I played it a lot. But yeah, Twisted Metal 1, man. And my dad really liked Twisted Metal. My dad has never been into video games, never really been interested in them, except for just a couple. He thought Tomb Raider was really cool, except we never bought it. He just played the demo of it. He played the demo of it a bunch of times and never bought the game. And then Twisted Metal. He really liked Twisted Metal. And so we got Twisted Metal 2, we got 3, we got 4. Had to bite your tongue on the waterfall. DBZ, I'm sorry. Like, the problem is that I immediately tried to brute force it, and I brute forced it all the way until the next thing I was going to do would have solved it. But I hated the idea of brute forcing it so much that I refused to go back to doing that. And then I never solved it on my own, right? Eventually, it was essentially brute force that solved it. Because I started expanding, like, how big I thought the puzzle was. On the original 12, if you opened up some treasures at the beginning, it meant you couldn't acquire an ultimate weapon. You still can. It's just a random drop, I think in the Hen Mines or something. But that is a really weird thing. Super weird thing in that game. But yeah, you can still get that item in the mines. But I think that you can't have the diamond armlet equipped, right? That was a mistake that I made in my playthrough, was I had the diamond armlet equipped the entire time, which apparently got rid of a bunch of unique treasures that I could have had. That's a pretty bad design choice, I think. as far as that game goes. Twisted Metal 2 split screen on a 13-inch TV. Yeah, buddy. Okay, I gotta go through this next menu in my head now. We're already on ATB Wait. So it's equip Cloud, boom, boom, boom. Over to him, E-skill, boom, 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 boom. Go over to Cloud, arrange. HP plus, cover, manipulate, E-skill, all, restore. Or restore all? Wait, no, it's not restore all. It's HP plus cover, manipulate, E-skill. No, all restore. And then Tifa, added cut, death blow. Or no, added cut elemental, H plus, long range, death blow steel. Go up, Tranks 10th. Yeah, the world of 12 was I just love the way it's connected. It felt like such an adventure, you know? The way that you could just run across the map. And like, and there wasn't like a world map that you, like a standard JRPG world map. It was like the areas were just all connected. Oh, that was cool. And it's very immersive too, the way that it's like, so now you have to use like the blimps to get around quickly for fast travel, and then eventually you get the ship and it's like, oh hell yeah, you know. Love that stuff. So yeah, I was very surprised with how much I liked 10, 12, and 13. But yeah, of the classics, 3 and 5 were my favorites. I also just love, you know, I love the NES ones in general because I'm really into the JRPG game design flow of going into a dungeon and having to be really careful. As we go deeper into the dungeon, we have to keep our eyes on our resources and make sure that we keep enough resources to be able to get out without dying, you know? And then eventually you're like, okay, I gotta do it, and you pull out, and then you go back to the inn, you tent up, you save your game, you lock in that progress, and then when you go back to the dungeon, you push further. You're a little bit stronger because of level ups, and you don't have to check every corner anymore because you've already done that. You get to beeline right to where you left off, and then you go just a little bit further, right? Until you have to escape again. I love that gameplay flow, and only 1, 2, and 3 really have that, because then 4, 5, and 6, you have tents. You have save points, you know? Save points mid-dungeon that you can use a tent at, and that, like, completely takes that, suspense out of it, you know? Yeah, I played through Legend of Dragoon. I really liked it. Yeah, that game was awesome. Super cool story, really fun combat system, Yeah, Legend of Dragoon was awesome. And yeah, I've been thinking that, like, I should try out 15. I really liked Chrono Trigger when I played it. I haven't really felt like going back to it. Like, I've beaten it twice. Once on Super Nintendo, once on DS. I mean, I loved it. I loved it, and I think very highly of it. But yeah, you know, not one of the first ones that I'd go back to. All right, here we go. Boom. Okay, here we go. I got to get locked back into the run now. You know, I haven't played Chrono Cross yet. That's what I should say. I'd be very interested in... Oh, you can just move there. I'd be very interested in playing Chrono Cross. Okay, here we go. We just got to get through a couple more tough bosses. Manipulate, E-skill, all, restore, add a cut elemental. Oh. All right, here we go. Xenosaga! I watched Slime play some Xenosaga. I have only played Xenoblade Chronicles for Wii. Loved it, though. Man, that was a fucking good game. All right. Let's see what the rest of the run has in store for us. Things could go very well from here, or they could go very bad. Is this Tifa? Nope. Pay attention to whether we get an S mine, and then... Oh, there it is. And now I also don't know if I got a Dazers. I didn't check for Dazers, really. Probably not, but we'll see. Another Sid. No Dazers. And yeah, that's funny, K-Dog, is that so I watched Slime play a bit through the series, and that's what he was saying the whole time. Is that like 1 is awesome, 2 is like you can barely fucking get through it, but I think it might also be really short, and then 3 is just like absolute peak. And yeah, I didn't really get into PS2 RPGs until a little bit later. Originally, I was playing like Dynasty Warriors, Metal Gear, yeah. Soul Calibur I had on GameCube. Need for Speed I rented. Never bought it though. We had one Need for Speed. We had Hot Pursuit 2 on PlayStation 1 at least. Oh yeah, Ratchet and Clank. I played a ton of Ratchet and Clank. Yes, yes, yes. Simpsons Hit and Run, Simpsons Road Rage, of course. But yeah, then when I got a bit older though, when I played Persona 3. I played Persona 3 when I was like 18, and that was pretty life-changing. Because after that I played Persona 4, Digital Devil Saga 2, you know. Woo, woo. Yeah, I actually have like butterflies in my stomach thinking about carry armor. I'm worried, but hey, we'll see what happens, right? Nice. I only played through Persona 5 once, but I liked it quite a bit. I agree that, like, the plot wasn't very good, right? The thing is, like, 3 had the interesting thing with, like, the countdown every month or whatever. And then 4 had the murder mystery, you know? The murder mystery aspect of 4 is so good for the plot to move, you know? But then 5 was just like, yeah, 5 was just like, adults are bad, and it was like, oh, okay, we beat the bad guy, now what do we do? Let's just wait for some other villain of the week to appear, right? And then we got him, okay, we got him. What do we do now? Let's just wait for the next guy. Like, that's boring, right? I love the murder mystery of 4 was so good. Yeah, that was excellent. I'm very glad that happened. And we have an S-mine, so I don't need to, doink Tifa. So, Mega Elixir, and then we just go. Yeah. Yeah. Carry armor time. Oh, I did my favorite move of double thumb mashing through a whole bunch of silence and then stopping just before text boxes actually come up. That's my special move. Are you talking about Final Fantasy IV, Scrodius? Yeah, 4 was one of my least favorites. I just thought it was, you know, it was aight. I didn't like that 4 had ATB but didn't have bars yet, you know? Oh, yeah, no, we've moved all the way on to Persona discourse. Alright, here we go, though. Okay. Don't you dare do it. Don't you do it. Hate it. Hate it. Okay, bad start. We're gonna... I should just do this. Hello! Oh no, I screwed up. Is this Sid? No? Gee, I'm glad I checked. Oh, fuck. This is a bad fight. Really bad fight. Come on. Come on. Yes! Just get him. Get him out of here. Okay. Woo! Did we save time? Did we seriously save time with that fight? Yeah, that was a bad fight. Okay, cure, trank. All right. All right. I don't have enough MP to... The fight was so bad that I can't magic breath now. That's pretty bad. Okay, that's good at least. I'm glad she's hitting these death blows. Tifa dying twice is just bad. Love SMT. So I've played through original Megami Tensei 1 and 2, the Super Nintendo version, fan translation. And then I played through Shin Megami Tensei, Super Nintendo fan translation, 1 and 2. And then I played Nocturne on PS2. Loved them. Don't kill Tifa. Thank you, Cloud. Come on. This is so bad. Not having any MP here. Definitely losing time on this split. Maybe you should just elixir up early if this is happening to you. At least they didn't kill Tifa though, which is nice. I think we got like 4 Shinra betas. Because one of the fights drops 2. Yeah, oh yeah, here's the time loss from those really bad fights. Not too bent out of shape about it. Would this be a good time to remind everybody that I have a free minute to save in the final dungeon? Literally 1 minute for free. So hopefully Diamond Weapon doesn't kill us. Diamond, like right now, Diamond Weapon is basically the only thing that can stop this from PBing. Why? Remember the save crystal glitch? Remember when that didn't happen? Is the third transformation stronger than Chaos? It might be. Doesn't he have a move that does like a lot of hits? The game kind of, it has that thing where because damage is capped at quad 9s, then when all the characters are hitting quad 9s all the time, well then you just want limits that do the most hits, right? Like same, it's kind of like how Yuffie's got one called like Doom of the Living or something, which is better than All Creation because it hits multiple times, and so it just does way more damage because they're all hitting for quad 9s anyway, you know? Oh, I was further north than I thought I was. Oops. Angling back is pretty tough. Yeah, I would feel much better if we had a thing. Dazers. All right, here we go. This will be Tifa, I think. Nice. Not a great spread here. $14.27. She can take a potion. Right? 750. Uh-oh, no, she can't. It's 750. So, no, she can. 375. I think she just leveled up anyway. I don't think she needs it for the Rude fight. I don't think I need to heal her. I'm not gonna. Alright, here we go. This fight can just lose you a minute because it feels like it. Nice! Woo! That's such a relief, dude. I used to pray for runs like this. She just has to hit that death blow, is what it is. And death blow has low accuracy, is the trade-off. Death Blow is an attack that always crits, but it has lower accuracy. Okay. Folks, we have one more RNG gateway. One more RNG protector of the good run, and that is Diamond Weapon. If we make it through Diamond Weapon, we've got a big, juicy PB on the way here. Big time. Turbo PB is 633 something. 633.50, something like that. Yeah, this is by far going to be my best non-turbo run. As long as Diamond Weapon doesn't kill it. And remember, that's all up to Deathblow RNG. And then I just gotta execute the rest. Mia, you are not allowed to go that direction. You can go that direction. 2 out of 6 need to hit. But you want them to just all hit because then it ends the fight faster. Naturally. Oh, what are we doing? I almost just called Mia Tifa. Okay, laying back down. All right, all right. You got it, Chaos Kunai. I mean, she sleeps with us in the bed every night, you know. She gets lots of cuddles. In fact, she wakes us up throughout the night a lot. Sometimes she gets up and leaves, and then she comes back, but when she comes back, she's got to step all over us and... I've heard that also, Trisalt. Just take it home. Now we just gotta take it home. Right, don't gotta mash this. Yep, we got a battle during this world map traversal last time, and I won the battle by accident, so time save on this split is likely. And I mean, if nothing else goes wrong on this run, I kind of feel like this is kind of an ultimate run for me. Like, this run is really good for this category. So I might go back to regular any percent. It might be time to learn Yuffie route. Maybe take a little vacation and finish Dragon Quest VI, Silk Song, Tormented Souls 2. Yeah, we've got our party already built out. Changing characters would mean we would have to move our materia to them, any relevant armor and accessory and that kind of stuff. Kind of part of the reason that we use Sid is because, first of all, you have to use Sid because of the solo Sid section, but then after that, if you don't have him in your party on your way up to fight Rude, he inserts himself into the party with a cutscene that costs time, so it's fastest to just keep him as your third. This is still no mash. Yeah, the cutscene might barely cost time, but like, then having an empty Sid in your party and not the third person that you want, you know. Yeah. All right, everybody's eyes on Cloud. Watch Cloud here for a second. Tifa's gonna move around, but keep your eyes on Cloud. Here he goes. All right. Okay. Free time save. Come on, dude. I can never fucking get through this part without a battle. Ay, bro. It's still free time save, though, because I didn't win the fight. All right. Windmill time. Okay. 1. Okay, that was less than 1, so we got bad RNG here again. This might be 1, it might be 2.5. It's the 1. Oh, man, this is the... Again, I got the worst RNG possible here. So it's gonna move again now. Okay, so now wait for 1 1/4 and go. Whoops. Oh, I got the noob text box too.
It's super unlucky. It's really unlucky that you're doing that right there. It's really unlucky.
So yeah, I'm getting the same bad RNG that I got last run on or that I got on the PB. Oh yeah, we talked a little bit about party strat. I was telling you it was Vincent and Yuffie, because with Vincent you can do the Vincent mug glitch and skip battle animations, and then Yuffie's just really fucking good. That's what I'm thinking, Gao, is that there's been a lot of similar RNG to my PB in this run. It's kind of crazy. My mashing is not good, dude. Whoops. It's hard to remember at what parts of the game different characters stand in different spots. Yeah, I big stretched out before the run started. I gotta do stretches. I don't know if you've been around for any of the discussion about it, but I actually had like a wrist problem. The reason I ran so much turbo for a while is because I had a wrist problem that I now have to. Now is better as long as I do stretching. Yo, rocket science? Yeah, this is a great run. Okay, here we go. Perfect. But it is tiring over the course of a run, big time. And yeah, I mean, with my other hobbies being playing drums, you know, playing guitar, just playing video games in general, it was pretty devastating. Like, there was a huge psychological element to it. You know, it was while I was streaming full-time. So I was able to run the game turbo, but then the rest of the day I couldn't do anything else, you know? I couldn't play other games, couldn't play drums at all, I couldn't, like, do computer work to, like, edit my streams for YouTube or anything like that to try to do the stuff of, you know, to try to, like, make it as a streamer, you know what I mean? All that kind of stuff. And it was like, it was psychologically just like, I felt useless, you know? I just felt like a useless loser who had to just sit around and watch YouTube all night because I couldn't do anything, you know? Oh man, it got rough. But I'm better now. And now I appreciate every minute of it, you know? Who is my current favorite drummer? It's Mike Portnoy. I love Mike Portnoy. My favorite band of all time is Dream Theater, and Dream Theater is basically a boy band. They're like the boy band of metal, you know? So, like, naturally, their drummer is my favorite drummer, because he's my favorite Dream Theater member, and blah, blah, blah. But yeah. But other drummers at the top of the list, other favorites, you know? He's yours as well. Yeah. Dude, we have a very similar past there. I don't think I heard Dream Theater until 2007 because the first maybe even, wait. Yeah, Systematic Chaos was their new album when I heard them first. So that was 2007. And yeah, they've been my favorite band ever since. I only got to see them live just recently. I didn't see them live when I was younger. And then, admittedly, when they had Mike Mangini in the band, I just wasn't interested. I thought that I had missed my chance forever, you know? And then finally, their world tour that they just did, we got to see them it was 1 month ago. And man, it was good. Got to see one of the Final Black Clouds tour shows? Yeah. That's such a good album, dude, Black Clouds. Okay. But other favorite drummers, Darkside, the drummer of Magua, and also Krieg's Machine. That guy, one of my favorites. Just such a creative musical drummer, you know? Like, as far as if you've never heard Magua before, they're black metal, but their drumming is so just out there, like, creative and awesome. So big time, he's one of my favorites. I love Gene Hoglan. I love Richard Christie. And then here's a non-metal one for you. Josh, is it Josh Chamberlain? Is that the guy's name? The drummer of the Smashing Pumpkins? Oh, mwah. Smashing Pumpkins drummer, dude, super underrated. What a fucking legend. And yeah, Pernesti, I mean, that's Jimmy Chamberlain. There we go. Yeah, James LaBrie is the sore spot for Dream Theater for most people. And it's such a shame because unlike Images and Words, dude, he is top tier. He's got one of the best sounding voices. Man, in his like old Dream Theater, his voice is actually like just incredible. But then yeah, he just declined and declined. I feel like Scenes from a Memory is the last album where LaBrie sounds great. And then Octavarium is where it, you know, is where it begins. Well, I mean, there's a couple albums in between there, but I mean, I don't know though. He sounds pretty good on Train of Thought. Okay, let me put this out a different way. He does seem to be doing much better lately. I agree with that from what I've heard. I think he pretty much always sounds good on albums because I think A, they make it sound good, and B, they just write music that's good for his voice. You know what I mean? Like they had been going in a heavier direction as his voice got less capable of being high proggy guy, you know? And then, but then it's when you see him live, right? And they play like Metropolis, and he cannot do the notes, you know what I mean? It's like that kind of stuff where it's like, oh, yeah, this has been going on for a while. Anyway, I'm glad someone brought it up because it is a tradition where every FF7 run, I do have to talk about Dream Theater for at least 10 minutes. So thank you for that. As far as non-metal that I listen to, I really like classic rock. Talking like Kansas, Deep Purple, fucking, you know, I'll take a Pink Floyd, right? Pink Floyd isn't really classic rock, but you know what I mean. I like a lot of 70s and 80s rock music. Like I'm a fan of like the entire Guitar Hero like 1 and 2 soundtracks. Oh man, like that stuff is super good. And then I also have a big soft spot for like 80s synth poppy stuff. Like you ever play you ever listen to Ministry's first album? When they were so hard into We Are synth pop that the lead singer is faking a British accent. Man, that album's good. Okay. Tifa 1535 is like 1535. So that's 750. So that's 375. So she can take one. And then we so we ether you. She can take one. We bring that down. I don't think I have to do anything else. This isn't world record pace, no, but it's really good. And yeah, there was a while where I was getting really into Pink Floyd, listening to like one album at a time. I got stuck on The Wall for a while. I loved The Wall. I tell you though, The Wall is actually like, I think that album is so like emotionally powerful that it's actually kind of difficult to listen to. Like, I don't really have that with anything else. I don't know, something about The Wall. It just, when I listen to it, it gets like stuck in my head in like a depressing way. You know what I mean? But I mean, what a work of art though, you know? Okay, here we go. Will the run die here? Or do we continue? Thank you. Okay, good start. Good start. I'm like starting to get like shakingly nervous here. Nice. Good. Hit. Fuck. Nice. There's one. Okay. Good hit. Totally fine. Yes! There it is. Now, please, baby girl, just finish the fight early. Just finish the fight early for me. Nice! Oh, he's trying to... It's too late for you. It's too late for you, buddy. I think she can take a high potion now after the upgrades. Yeah, all the songs in The Wall, like, running into each other is super cool. The way that, like, it has that little loop with the ending and the beginning, and fucking, you got songs like Waiting for the Worms. Oh, dude, what a song. Waiting. 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 And then, dude, the fucking, what's the name of the track? The ending, the judgment, the trial. It gets heavy. Like, that riff that's like, boo doo boo 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 doo boo 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 doo doo doo. That's fucking straight up doom metal in the 70s, man. Doo 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 doo. It's so good. To throw out something weird, there is an album that I discovered that I really like. Have you guys ever heard of Crystal Castles as a music group? Crystal Castles has an album called 3. It's like Roman numeral 3 in parentheses. That album I think is fucking awesome. I really like that album. It's super off base of what I normally listen to, but I think it's really good. And yeah, Live in Pompeii video. I'll have to check it out because I've heard other people be into that as well. Ska, I can get down with some ska, you know. There's a lot of music that when it's on, I won't complain about it, you know. I mean, I guess though, like the closest thing that I listen to ska is Cake. I like Cake a lot. One of my all-time favorite bands. We're getting metal adjacent though, but back when I was like 14, I discovered this band called Tubring. Oh, Igor is awesome. Yeah. There's this band called Tubring that's very like Faith No More inspired. Oh, Faith No More, another band I love that's not necessarily metal. Yeah, Tubring is they started out very punky. But like very Faith No More inspired, where they're a lot weirder than your normal punk. And then some of their stuff got very heavy though. Well, I don't know. It's like punk, but they did some harsh metally stuff in there here and there. But I don't know. Tubring, their old stuff is awesome. Their first 3 albums are some of my favorite shit, but you know, I didn't really like the stuff that they did after that very much. But their first three albums were like, that was like, what do you call it when like it hit me at a time where it was very influential to me, like it's a core part of my personality. Streetlight Manifesto, I've never heard of. Okay, here we go. I think we cure like that. I think we give a high potion to her, just that. And we bring that up. What I've heard of Nightwish, I like, you know. It's the kind of stuff where I think Nightwish... Okay, so I haven't heard a lot of it, but my takeaway is it's a little boring. Kinda, but it's pleasant though. Like, I like it. I like the sound of what they're doing. I just want them to like surprise me a little bit more. You know what I mean? I tend to like music that like takes you on a ride and demands attention, you know? I like music that like slows down and speeds up a lot and like kind of changes around what it's doing a lot. And that's kind of what I was talking about Bolt Thrower, where I finally listened to Bolt Thrower the other day, and I liked it, and it was pretty great, but it was also like, I wanted them to do more, you know what I mean? The guy, you know, like, I wish I had an angel! That's a Nightwish song, right? Something like that. I do, you know, so the thing is, I did listen to Nightwish quite a bit in high school, and that song Nemo still gets stuck in my head. Oh, hey, we didn't get the thing this time. Okay. I've liked what I've heard of Muse, yep. Oh man, I love King Diamond. Yeah! Very nice. Oh yeah, also for non-metal, I do also like Ghost a lot. Nice try, asshole. Ah, Tifa, come on. Nice, okay. Frost I haven't heard of. Another just like type of metal that I like a lot is like atmospheric folky kind of stuff. Like there's a band called Agalok that is oh Tifa, please, yes. Oh, the crit! Hello! Acceptable. Very good, I'm into it. Fintroll? I've heard the name, but I have not heard them. I mean, I'm not into, like, Ailstorm, right? I'm not into, like, the jokey folky. I like stuff like Agalok, where it's not like we're singing about fucking Lord of the Rings. I'm talking about, like, just it uses a lot of classical guitar, and most of the songs seem to be about, like, nature and stuff, you know? But, I mean, that's black metal in general, there's a lot of nature stuff. Joke metal is funny. I mean, I can get down with, you know, clowncore, fucking Psycho Stick. That's a bit of a throwback, right? I saw Psycho Stick live. I think they opened for Dog Fashion Disco. I think that was when Dog Fashion Disco did their big, like, reunion. Speaking of, if you guys have ever heard Dog Fashion Disco, if you want some weird shit, like I'm talking about music that takes you on a journey, demands your attention, yada yada, check out the album Adultery by Dog Fashion Disco. It is easily one of my all-time favorite albums. It's like nothing you've ever heard. But just really, really cool. It jumps around. I'll give you a little taste. That's like a what am I talking about, right? There's one song on there that I could only really describe as spy metal. Where like it sounds like James Bond spy music, but it's like fast and metal. And it's fucking awesome. And it's got like it does have like a whole like detective trying to chase a killer kind of theme to it. Like it's a concept album. But it goes a lot of other ways too. Like it's got a, you know, it's such a good album. Adultery by Dog Fashion Disco. I implore you, give it a listen. Ba-da-dum. I'll check out Fintroll. Okay. Oh, so I've heard some Haken, and I remember really liking what I heard, but it was a long time ago, and I don't specifically remember any of it. I just remember making a mental note that it was great. For sure, on Super Nintendo PS1, very nostalgic. Hell yeah. Someone said kind of the same thing earlier in chat, but I'm very thankful to have been born when I was. You know, I was born in 1990, which was just like perfect for, you know, being there for the greatness of PS1. Yeah, it was the age where I don't remember the PS1 coming out, you know? The PS1 just existed. But then I did see the PS2 come out. Ooh, I'm getting tired, man. But we got this. Sold your 3DO to buy the PS1? Nice. That sounds good. Yeah. Sounds like a very good decision. You remember? I mean, I just wasn't aware of it, you know what I mean? Like, I remember getting the PS1 as a Christmas gift. Like, it was like the family Christmas gift for the kids. My parents got us a PS1, and like I said, they got it with Twisted Metal and Test Drive Off-Road. And that was probably pretty soon after it came out, but I don't remember, you know. Like, the concept of a console releasing wasn't really a thing for me yet, you know what I mean? It was just a toy that existed. Here we go. Hopefully my PS1 loads it properly this time. Dude, my hands are like shaky as I'm trying to put this disc in. Okay, remember to go to HB Active, and now we get to listen to the PB song. We get the PB song, baby, because we're gonna PB! Let's do it! Sure did, Zergu. Hello, Cloud. My Final Descent menu is going to be so slow because I don't really remember it and I'm super nervous. I should be thinking about it. There we go. We just did it standard style. Oh. Dang. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.5. Nice. Good ATB. Really? Oh, we did get out. Okay. Okay. We gotta start this over. Final menu is up menu, ATV weight, equipment, missile curse ring, pop over to Materia, arrange first. Uh-oh, that was a mistake. I was in the wrong place in my head. Should still be fine. I don't think I'm going to get another fight because of this. One, 2.5. Okay, here's the save crystal trick that I couldn't do last time. So here's where we save 1 minute. Not kidding, we save a minute here. Left, right, 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 left. Down, down. All right, here's the final fight of the step route. I think I'm too far back. My steps were bad, so I think I'm too far back and I have to take these steps early. So we'll go 1, 2, 3, 4.5. Oh, and now we walk the rest of the way. Okay, okay. Hopefully we don't get a fight here. Because of my steps mistake. Ah, fuck! My steps were bad. I mean, I accidentally buffered the wrong direction. Oh, please. Okay. I accidentally buffered the wrong direction into one of the parts, and yeah, that's what a bummer, dude. What a stupid thing to do. Health is fine. Yeah, I don't like attacking enemies that I don't know won't counter, you know. Oh. Oh, he can wipe the party even. Nice. That would be so funny. Style curse ring, pop over there, arrange, destruct, take that off, go to her, HP plus, HP plus, HP plus, and then it's like 2 up, 2 up, 3 up? And then R1? 2 up, 2 up, 3 up. I think that's what it is. Misstyle? Curse ring? Destruct, take that off. 2 up, 2 up, 3 up. Phoenix down. Yeah, that's... Oh, that was bad. Alright. So, we saved a minute, except then I lost 20 seconds to the extra battle. Here we go, baby! I feel like I just screwed up the order of this fight, kinda. No? Okay, we're fine. Nice. Yeah, she won't miss anymore because she's got the misdial on now. And the way that this game calculates your hit percentage is it calculates your hit percentage normally, then it adds your evasion, and then it subtracts the enemy's evasion. So the fact that it adds your evasion means that the like 50 or 60% or whatever evasion that the misdial gives you, at this level it puts her death blow all the way at 100%. I'm gonna be a little salty about that 20-second extra battle on the step route, man. That's super annoying, but hey, it was a good run, all right? This is a really good run. But I'm a tiny bit salty about that. But and all it was I buffered the wrong direction into one of the screens. Just make it so that Cloud can survive Shadow Flare there. You know what? I mean, I'm considering not Omni-slashing. Because, well, the reason is, I am. The reason is because I don't know if I'm ever gonna have a run like this again, because I don't got time to do runs of this game like I used to. And this might be my last PB of this category.
What the hell is going on here?
Hey, try it on Tifa, by the way. I hear Tifa is a good target for Bolt 3. Oh, fuck. Oh my god, that killed him. Oh, that's bad. That's really bad. I have to get him up. This is really bad. This is fucked up. This is so bad. Oh my god, dude. That's so bad. Fuck. Okay, what does that mean for the last?
It's really
Cloud is now
unlucky that you're
susceptible
doing that right there.
Cloud
It's
is now
really unlucky.
susceptible to Shadow Flare.
What the hell is going on here?
Why does stuff like this always happen? Okay, please just Shadow Flare Sid.
I'm doing it, Daddy!
Okay. Miss? You gotta be fucking kidding me. You gotta be fucking kidding me. Hi, dude. What a terrible ending to the run. Okay. So here's where we get the time loss. Now he flies up. And now we gotta kill him here. So this is time loss to having to Phoenix down. It's having to wait for his fly up animation. Oh, man. So what is this now? This is now a low 637? Oh, man, I thought we were getting sub 637. Now it's a low 637. Fuck! Thank you for the GGs. Thank you for the GGs. Very happy to have everyone here. Hello. And yeah, if I was on no long range, the run would have died right there. Yes. But yeah. Thank you for all the GGs. Thank you. Is this number 4 on the board? Is this, like, what was... I know Fett got a 637, right? Or was it a... Yeah, it was a 637, right? Is this faster than that? 637.08? I have to not Omni Slash to beat Feck? This is like, I feel like it would be such a betrayal. It would be such a betrayal to not Omni. So I'm glad I'm glad I kept the. I'm keeping the.
You're goddamn right.
I'm glad we kept the music on there while we think about it. You know. Oh man, this. I've never actually considered it before. I've never actually considered Omnislash before. Every other time, I've just been fucking with you guys. This time, I'm actually considering not Omnislashing. Because it's an entire board rank. And it beats one person and puts me in the number 4 slot. I love it, dude. Always Omni ho. Oh! Oh! Boom, baby! Yeah! The heel turn! Yeah, that's right! We cashed it in, baby! We cashed in the Omnislash time save. I've been saving that 14-second time save since I first started running the game. And we cashed it in for the sub 637. Woo! Woo! Yeah! Oh, that's good stuff, dude. Good stuff. The gold split on it, yeah. Oh. Oh, I'm
Goddamn right.
We're feeling good. Yeah, there it is. There it is, folks. Oh, dude, Oh, geez, I'm getting lightheaded now. The pop-off, partly the pop-off, partly, I am pretty hungry. But, thank you for all the GGs, everybody. We also got a riff out. And let me give you guys... I'm gonna give you guys a guitar solo. We do the big epic guitar solo on a new PB. Here it is. Enjoy it. All right. Whoa, RJ. Thank you for the 5 gift subs. Thank you. Huge. And yeah, there were also just a lot of new faces around today, you know? So in general, thank you everybody for watching. And, whoa, Scrodius! Thank you for the 5 gift subs also. Thank you. What was I saying? Yeah, just a lot of new faces around today, you know? A lot of people followed, a lot of new chatters and stuff. And so, let me just say, it's great to meet y'all. I speedrun this game as much as I can with the busyness in my life. However, I am also just a video game enjoyer. Razor Genesis, thank you for subscribing. I'm a general video game enjoyer, so I do blind playthroughs of lots of old games that I hadn't played yet. Right now I'm in the middle of Dragon Quest VI, but I'm also catching up. These ones aren't first playthroughs. I'm replaying Metroid Prime Hunters and Metroid Prime 3 also before Prime 4 comes out. I love indie games. I'm in the middle of Silk Song right now, but also Tormented Souls 2 came out today. Tormented Souls 1 was my game of the year 2021, so very excited about the new one. Awesome game if you're into classic survival horror, fixed camera angles, tank controls, cryptic puzzles, all that good stuff. So basically what I'm saying is I hope to see you guys around while I'm doing non-FF7 stuff also, if you're into those kinds of playthroughs. But if not, I get it. You know, we'll see you when I do FF7 again. Also, drum streams. Love doing drum streams also. I need to do one pretty soon. I haven't in a minute. But yeah, good run. It deserves another. Okay, how about a drum solo for you then? We also got something of a drum solo. This one's the same song, so catch if you can catch the same chord progression going on. All right. So, it is a little too bad that the last boss Gauntlet had it in for me so badly. It's especially annoying to think about in your head when you know about how everything works in the game. You think in your head things like, if I hadn't screwed up steps, I wouldn't have gotten that last fight. And if I hadn't gotten that last fight, my RNG would have been different on the final fights. So I only lost all that time, really, because of that steps mistake. You know, if you think about it, kinda. Because, like, the RNG couldn't have been much worse. So it really affected me that way, you know? So it's funny to think about that kind of thing. But, oh well, in the end, though, I'm really, really happy about a sub 637 non-turbo. Because, you know, I ran turbo for a long time. I got down to a 633 with turbo, and so I'm very happy to have popped this down to 636 non-turbo. Feel very, very good about that. The reason, Zergu, is because normally you have defended with him as his most recent action, but that time instead his most recent action was Phoenix Downing Tifa. Or big guarding. I think it was big guarding actually, or whatever it was. Yeah. Yep. Defend makes you take 50% physical damage, and it kicks in as soon as the next turn starts. The character who's queuing up the defend doesn't need to reach the top of the queue. As soon as you hit defend, the next turn starting, they are defending and getting their damage, their protection buff, and but then it does enter the queue in the sense that then the character's ATB is locked until their turn passes, and then it comes back up, and then that character is defending until you select a new action. As soon as you select a new action for them, once again, not when it comes up on the queue, just as soon as you select their new action, when the next turn starts, they're no longer defending. So that's all the defend mechanics, basically. Oh. Yeah. GG, thank you for the GG, and everybody, and yeah, I think I'm gonna sleep pretty well tonight, you know? I'm mostly extremely happy with this run. It's really just that ending sequence, you know? But I mean, we lost what? We lost 30 seconds. Or wait, no. Because I lost almost a minute, actually. Because we also got that extra fight. So yeah. But yeah. Not sure what you're gonna do with your life now that the Omni Slashes aren't guarantees. I know, man. I know. I've been saving up that heel turn my entire FF7 career. All right. Let me take a quick look at who is streaming. Why don't we send you guys over to Caleb? He's playing Ninja Gaiden Black. So I'll send you guys over there. Once again, have a great night. I'll see you guys on the next stream. Thank you for watching once again. It was great to meet everybody. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.